Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to FIA Forum 2023, and also happy International Women's Day. That has to be recognized as well. I'm very much looking forward to the discussions we are going to have today, and this is the launching event of our Center on China. And Mikael Matlin, our new research professor, is going to introduce you into the more detailed view of what the center does. But it is something that I'm very proud of. It is a major accomplishment in Finland, the very first in its field. Of course, FIA Forum being the flagship event, we have now two, because we have also Helsinki Security Forum. So we are starting to have a fleet of flagships. And I'm very honored to announce that as well. But we have always had a tradition to look back as well to what FIA community, the FIANs and the community coming to our events have achieved during the last year. And I have to say, when I look to the numbers, they are remarkable. 1000% increase in the global visibility, 2022. 2021, 400% increase in the global visibility. Many of you might say that it's because of the war and the tensions that have increased, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine that has brought Finland into the limelight. But it's not only that. It is the FIANs whose number has increased 50%. So we have more people commenting, doing research, supporting the public discussions, supporting the policy making, the strategic goals that FIA has. So the numbers, the indicators are all up, external and internal ones, and that is a remarkable accomplishment, I have to say. I'm very proud personally on the numbers, but of course, what FIA is all of you who come to our events, and our staff, our researchers who keep on concentrating on relevant matters. And it's not only what happens in Northern Europe, it's also broadly global mission that we have according to the law that sets FIA up. We have changed our structure. We have now a fourth research program that concentrates on Finnish foreign policy, on the neighborhood that Finland shares in the Nordics, in Northern Europe, or Baltic Sea, the Arctic, and also the word NATO is now in our research program. So the fourth program concentrates also on NATO. The center has been created complementing the center we have on US politics and power. So great power politics is very much a focus that FIA has. And in order to coordinate and facilitate the events, the activities, the research that takes place in the field of great power politics, we have also established the research directorship that Sinikukka Saari took over in January as the research director of great power politics and foresight, because that's something that we need, foresight, what is around the corner. So things do not always surprise us, but there is kind of a long-standing, steady vision that supports the three strategic goals of FIA: research, policy advice, and public discussion support. So we are very proud of the accomplishments. They have come with a price. Of course, it has been a stressful couple of years. First the pandemic and then the war. So we have been outperforming our role. And of course, we have to return to a sustainable situation. The Parliament of Finland has increased our funding over the 2-year period by 20%. That's a great start. We need more knowledge on international relations. We have also gotten quite a lot of external funding. But in order for things to be sustainable, we need also more Fians. And I know that you all share the same sentiment. So I'm here with the friends, with colleagues, and let's enjoy the show with great keynote speakers, with great panels ahead of us, high caliber, world-class people that we have in here. And next I will introduce one of those great accomplished researchers, Mikael Matlin, that joined our ranks a few months ago as a research professor. So Mikael, lead us forward in the conversation.
Thank you, Mika. Ladies and gentlemen, 女士们、先生们，大家好。Happy International Women's Day also on my part. Thank you for holding up at least half the sky. As you heard, we set up this new research center, CORD, in the beginning of this year. Now, one of the toughest jobs that we had and that created long discussions was both the name and, of course, the acronym, which is always tricky. Once that was finally settled, everything else has been smooth sailing. However, we are up against some pretty stiff competition, as we discovered that there is also a blood center in Romania, as well as the Chinese Center for Rare Disorders that have the same acronym. The meaning of this name of the center is also very carefully thought out, almost to the level of each letter. So it is the center on global orders, it's not for. We're not advocating for anything, we are researching this phenomenon. It's also, as you noticed, in plural, it's orders, not order, as we do not think that there is currently any one order that encompasses everything and the whole globe. And despite what you now may be thinking, this does not directly refer to a Western-led, quote-unquote, liberal international order and a competing, maybe even challenging China-led alternative order. That's not exactly what we have in mind. And you will soon hear in our first keynote speech by Professor Johnston more about how we understand the term of orders in this context. So in very brief, just to preview, we are researching the many ways in which the re-emergence of China as a great power, potentially even a superpower, is impacting on orders in various policy areas, what they may be. There are many different impacts of China. Now, a colleague of mine actually recently asked me, aren't you a bit late? Didn't we hit already peak China a few years ago? Why set up something like this center to study it now and not 5 years ago? Now, demographically, we are perhaps at peak China. China may have actually passed its peak population already last year. But other than that, I believe that China will continue to exercise great influence on our various global orders in many different ways. Already simply by virtue of being as big as it is, as we all know, and often having different interests, different perspectives, different preferences from the United States and from the European Union. For example, on issues related to global economic governance, on issues related to various norms, standards, the cyber domain, and global security. And all of this has been brought home to us very clearly, of course, by the events last year. In the aftermath of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, many people in the West crave simple answers in international relations, in world politics. black and white, right and wrong, enemy and friend. And we all know that these are some of the basic, very basic categories of international relations. They sound sometimes a bit naive even, but enemy and friend is one of the most basic building blocks of international relations even today, although it gets much more complicated. But unfortunately, world politics is not often as clear-cut as that. It's not simply good and bad in all cases. They say that the less one knows, the more certain one tends to be that one's own opinion is correct, and vice versa. Last year, I struggled with this issue. I personally have been watching China for close to 30 years. And one thing that I've learned is that there are many things that we don't know, and things that we cannot even reasonably know about China. Furthermore, Western observers have a long and, I have to add, not so glorious history of getting China wrong, or misunderstanding China, or failing in our confident predictions. Now, last year, all of a sudden, it seemed that everyone had an opinion on China, down to the layperson. And not just an opinion, everyone and her uncle seemed to know what China is and what China is going to do in the future. Yet sometimes I doubt that even Chinese leaders themselves would be able to confidently predict what they are going to do. Would Chinese leaders, for example, in the summer of last year have foreseen how they are going to end the COVID-0 policy? Events, my dear, events. Our new center is not big, and it will never be very big, although perhaps moderately bigger in the coming years. However, what we lack in size, we try to make up for in quality. We strive to provide the best and most accurate analysis of China and its impact on our global orders in this part of the world, at least in our immediate surroundings, based on solid academic work, on language proficiency, and long-term experience of China. And you will see all of our researchers in action here on the stage today. However, the fact that we're striving to provide the best analysis, the most accurate analysis, remember, that also implies that what we offer will not always be what people expect to hear, based on whatever view is prevalent in the media at any particular time. True research has the quality that it often leads us in unforeseen directions and to unanticipated conclusions, and thus not just offer what people already know or think they know. That is both one of the most fascinating aspects of doing research, but also sometimes leads to frustrating experiences, for example, with the media, let alone social media, that often seeks clear and simple answers. Thank you. 谢谢大家。Now, for our first panel, I'm proud to have the honor to introduce one of the, as our director said, world-renowned scholars, one of the most famous scholars when it comes to China and international relations, but not only actually China and international relations. Because our first keynote speaker is also a very well-known expert when it comes to research on strategic culture. Alastair Ian Johnston, he's the Lane Professor of China in World Affairs in the Government Department at Harvard University. He is the author of Cultural Realism, Strategic Culture, and Grand Strategy in Chinese History, which, by the way, is one of the first books that I encountered when I started doing my own work on China. He later also published, for example, another book with Princeton University Press, Social States, China in International Institutions, 1980 to 2000. As well as articles on identity and foreign policy, strategic culture, socialization and international norms, and crisis management theory and practice in China. Professor Johnston, please.
Well, thank you very much. It's a real honor to have this opportunity to come to Finland and to talk to such a distinguished group of China specialists, of international relations specialists. It's my first time in Helsinki. As a Canadian, it's not a big difference in terms of climate, or in terms of the nature of the people, actually. I think there's a lot of similarities. Very quick note before I start, namely, when I refer to China, it is shorthand for China's top leaders, unless otherwise specified. So here's my hypothesis. There is no singular rules-based order. Rather, there are multiple orders in different domains, orders that often have contradictory norms and institutions. If this is the case, then any particular state may be supportive of certain norms and institutions of one order, but opposed or indifferent to the norms and institutions in another order in a different domain. This argument questions the conventional wisdom that the concept of status quo state versus revisionist states are meaningful categories for describing most states most of the time. Now, the dominant narrative in Washington posits that after World War II, the United States set up a set of normatively consistent institutions, rules, and norms that spread globally. The content of this order more or less stresses market-oriented economic ties, resolving disputes through international legal processes, and promoting political and civil liberties. But empirically, this is, I think, a naive, as in simplistic, unquestioned, ahistorical caricature of the timing and direction and content of the rules and norms and institutions that currently regulate interstate relations. This vision of a rules-based order gives, I think, too much agency to the United States and not enough, for example, to Europeans in the creation of certain human rights norms and managed economic globalization. And it doesn't give enough agency to parts of the global South in the development of a complex human rights order. It ignores many instances where the United States has opposed post-World War II international institutions and rules. And it exaggerates the consistency across extant norms and institutions. Now, order, I think, can be thought of as an emergent property of the interaction of myriad actors in a complex system. So what does that mean? By emergent property, I mean that the content of the order is not the desired or willed effect purposefully created by a powerful actor. It is instead the mix of features of order produced in a less coordinated fashion by small decisions made by lots of actors, and thus no one actor intended. It's kind of like price in a perfect market. Now that means that the norms, rules, and institutions and practices that we observe are the products of the interactive behaviors of everything from state bureaucracies, non-governmental organizations, multinational corporations, international governmental organizations, and even ideas entrepreneurs, individuals pushing particular normative programs. So given this wide variety of actors and different identities and interests, the normative and institutional outcomes of their interactions are bound to be complex and even contradictory. The result of all this complex interaction is not determined by any one actor. So we should expect to see issue-specific orders, where the key norms and institutions that regulate state behavior today vary depending on issue area, sometimes even varying within each issue area. So for example, I think that inductively one can come up with at least 8, possibly 9 orders. And let me just run through these. For time reasons, I won't go into a lot of detail. But for example, I think you can argue that there is a constitutive order. This order defines the main actors and their identities, and its key norms are sovereignty and territorial integrity. One could argue, I think, there's a military order. This focuses on the regulation of military capabilities, includes norms like non-aggression, limits on certain types of weapons. One could argue there's a political order, political development order. This focuses on how states aggregate domestic interests within their borders. And some of the key norms today are liberalization, democratization, the protection of individual human rights. One could argue there might even be a social development order. This focuses on how states treat the welfare of social groups and individuals in their societies. And this includes norms like the right to development, non-discrimination, greater protection of minority groups of various types inside societies. One could argue that there's also possibly an economic development order. This focuses on how states improve the material welfare of their citizens. The range of norms out there include everything from free market capitalism to social democratic capitalism to state capitalism. I think you can argue there's a trade order. How states manage the cross-border flows of goods and services. And here the key norm is free-ish trade, not free trade, but free-ish trade. Key institutions of the WTO, for example. Then there's a financial order. Concerns how states manage cross-border flows of capital. And here some of the key norms are liberalization, accountability, transparency. Then you could argue there's an environmental order, which are the rules that govern how states manage cross-border flows of pollution. There are principles, norms such as the precautionary principle or the differentiated obligations between developed and developing countries. And finally, one could argue there's an emerging information order, namely how do states manage cross-border flows of information. And here there's a tension between norms of state dominance versus the notion of multi-stakeholder modes of developing institutions for this order. So I would argue that China's compliance with order, like that of many other countries, varies depending on which order you're talking about. So what I want to do is give, just as an example, 3 examples to give you a sense of the variation in China's approach to orders. I'm going to look at an order that China is strongly supportive of, an order that China is strongly opposed to, and an order where China is kind of in the middle on the one hand, on the other. So the order that China is most strongly supportive, arguably, is the constitutive order, the one I mentioned at the first. Arguably, the most fundamental norms and practices in modern international relations have historically been sovereignty and territorial integrity. These define the very nature of the main actors in the system, namely states, and thus the nature of the system. It's an interstate system. It's not an imperial system. It's not a supranational system. It's not a religious system. These norms constitute the current international system, and this is why I would call it a constitutive order. There's nothing inherently liberal about these norms. They existed from well before any liberal domestic or international or interstate practices emerged. They're found in the pre-45 period, and they can be and have been defended by violence as well as by peaceful legal means. The dominant institution in this constitutive order is the United Nations. Since the early 1970s, PRC leaders have continually stressed that the core institution in the core order of sovereign states is the United Nations. Moreover, they've stressed China's conservative stake in this order. I'll give you 2 examples of this. The first is that in 2015, for example, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, at the time Foreign Minister Wang Yi, said the following about the United Nations in general. Quote, 70 years ago, China was directly involved in designing and building the international order and system with the United Nations as its centerpiece. Now, what's interesting about that is, of course, 70 years ago, it was not the People's Republic of China that was helping build the UN. It was the Republic of China that was helping the UN in the late 40s. But he decided to erase that distinction so that he could place China at the creation of the UN system and therefore claim a stake in the UN system. Second example of China's conservative support for this constitutive order, in the United Nations in particular, is that if the core of the order is the United Nations, the core of the United Nations is the UN Security Council, and the dominance of this UN Security Council by the P5, including China. So it's not surprising, therefore, that in its public position on the reform of the UN Security Council, China has emphasized the importance of democratizing the Security Council, incorporating more opinions from the Global South. This public position is very different, however, from its private position, as revealed in the leaked State Department cables from a few years ago and published in global media. So here's a very bald statement of China's conservatism in defense of the traditional UN Security Council. And this is as reported by a US official in cables back to Washington. Quote, China was concerned by the momentum that was building on UN Security Council reform, which was not good for the P5. Vice Foreign Minister He Yafei said, the P5 club should not be diluted. If we end up with a P10, both China and the United States would be in trouble. So this is a fairly clear statement that China wants to defend the core institution of the constitutive order, the UN Security Council, and leave it as a P5 club. So this is perhaps the order that China, like many other states, most strongly supports. If you look at many of the international institutions, treaties, or commitments that China has avoided or has been highly skeptical of or suspicious of, like the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, the concept of responsibility to protect, China's opposition or skepticism is based on the threat that these institutions pose to Chinese sovereignty. So there's an example of an order that China is strongly supportive of, the constitutive order. What is an order that they're strongly opposed to? At the other extreme, China is least supportive of what might be called the political development order. This is the rules and norms that relate to how states should treat their own people politically. And over time, this order has increasingly stressed limits on state sovereignty when it comes to the protection of the civil and political liberties of individuals vis-a-vis the state. Now, this order is contested, clearly. There's a small majority of states in the international system that practice liberal democracy. China has consistently opposed domestic liberalization or competitive domestic politics by invoking other powerful international norms such as sovereignty and non-interference in internal affairs. As a result, when it comes to traditional political and civil human rights, freedom of speech, assembly, protection of political beliefs, etc., there's been very little change across time in the PRC. And here I just want to use, for illustrative purposes, a data set called the Varieties of Democracy. This data set is a massive collection of indicators, basically of indicators of liberal democratic practices. And I want to use this to illustrate the lack of change over time in China's approach to this order. So this graph, don't worry about the y-axis. Basically, heading up means a greater protection of political civil liberties, a greater protection of liberal democracy. Heading down is worse protection of liberal democracy. This data set, I think, has a fair amount of validity. Its liberal democracy index includes freedom of expression, the existence and quality of electoral processes, and it seems to capture, I think, accurately some of the clear changes in liberal democratic practices across a number of countries. So, for example, Finland, very high continuous levels of practices of liberal democratic norms. The United States, an increase in its practice of liberal democratic norms once voting rights were institutionalized for African American voters, and continued along a fairly high level of democratic practice until Trump got elected. And then you saw a decline in the index. The green captures India. It seems to be a pretty good indicator of India's democratic practices. This is the Indira Gandhi dictatorship period. Fairly persistent level of democratic liberal practices. Modi gets elected, and there's a decline in liberal democratic practices. The pink line represents the world average, and you can see there's a slight increase in the world average after 1990, the collapse of the Soviet Union. And Hungary is a great illustration of what happened with the collapse of the Soviet Union. It goes from very low liberal democratic practices to very high level democratic practices until Orban gets elected. And then you see a decline in liberal democratic practice. So clearly I was a selection bias here. I was looking primarily at countries where right-wing nationalism takes over, and you see a decline in democratic practice. But this is all to point out that in China's case, there has been virtually no change in its index on the liberal democratic practice side of things. In the post-Mao period, there was some slight improvement at the beginning of the Deng Xiaoping period. There was some increased space given to freedom of expression from the Deng period through to the Hu Jintao period, the end of the Hu Jintao period. and then a slight, although almost unobservable decline under Xi Jinping. So whatever space was created within a continuing non-democratic political structure, whatever space was created basically disappeared under Xi Jinping. With the broad repression of political and religious and cultural expression, the mass internment and forced cultural assimilation of Uyghurs, for example, being the most obvious example of this. But the point is that these data show that for the entire period of the PRC, China has essentially completely rejected the political development order. Now, what about an order of where China is moderately supportive? Between these two extremes, I think one could argue that China is moderately supportive of the current global trade order, which generally stresses free-ish trade and the multilateral management of trade disputes. So on the one hand, while China is the least open of the major economies, many of China's bilateral and multilateral trade policies have been barrier-reducing, not barrier-raising, especially after entering the WTO. So for example, in preparation for entering the WTO and then after entering the WTO, you saw a dramatic decline in China's tariff rates, as one would expect in preparation to try and get into the WTO system. And so clearly China's tariff rates are much lower today than when the US engagement strategy was launched in the 1990s to try and get China into the WTO. And one effect, of course, of post-WTO liberalization was a dramatic increase in US exports to China. This is the same, it happened for every country that's trading with China. It happened globally as well. In a sense, this was the trend line if there had been no WTO. This is the trend line with the implementation of the WTO. So this is what one would have expected with at least a degree of market liberalization. Other indicators of moderate support for this trade order. The OECD, for example, has an index on the restrictiveness of service trade that shows that from 2014 through to 2021, China's barriers declined overall. There were reductions in barriers in most services and most service sectors, except those having to do with information control, such as broadcasting. And according to a data set that codes the design and features of free trade arrangements, FTAs, that uses, among other things, a measure of depth or quality of agreement, in other words, the range of trade and investment activities covered by the agreement, the FTAs involving China have become deeper or higher quality over time. So the above examples are sort of evidence of, on the one hand, in terms of China's approach to the global trade order, an endorsement of some free-ish trade practices. On the other hand, progress in trade facilitation has been sluggish. According again to the OECD Trade Facilitation Index, which looks at non-tariff barriers like customs procedures and fees and charges, information availability, appeals procedures, et cetera, China has reduced non-tariff barriers in some components of the index, but not at all, but not in all of these components. And of course, there are persistent WTO incompatible non-tariff trade barriers in strategic areas having to do with information and high tech, government procurement, inconsistent regulatory interpretations, and unequal treatment of foreign firms compared to Chinese firms. So I hope this gives you a sense of the complexity of China's approach to different orders, an order that strongly endorses, an order it strongly opposes, and an order in which it is somewhat ambivalent, but also somewhat compliant. Now, another way of summarizing this complexity is the following. If the narrative of China as a revisionist state challenging a US-dominated rules-based order were accurate, one would expect, very simplistically put, the following distribution in international norms and institutions. One would expect that all the institutions and norms that the hegemon supports, the rising power should oppose, if the rising power is a truly revisionist state. In other words, all the institutions that we would observe out there in the real world would be institutions that the hegemon supports and the rising power opposes. The rising power presumably would propose new institutions that would serve its interests that would be then opposed by the hegemon. So institutions that the rising power proposes would be opposed by the hegemon. So what you'd expect to see for the most part is almost all international institutions and norms should be in this cell, namely institutions that the hegemon supports and that the rising power opposes. So what does the messy reality look like? Basically, all I did was I sat down one day and wrote down on the back of an envelope a whole bunch of norms, institutions, and practices from a wide range of domains, economics, environment, arms control, and just very simply said, okay, which of these does the United States and China support? Which do they oppose? And what you find is that there are actually lots of institutions that China and the United States both support, to different degrees and for different reasons, but more or less have signed on to. The UN system, certainly. Non-Proliferation Treaty, UN Peacekeeping, World Bank, IMF, the Iran deal, at least until the Trump administration. Then there's a whole bunch of norms and institutions that China and the United States both oppose. They both don't like the International Criminal Court. They both don't like the International Court of Justice. They both did not join the Ottawa Treaty banning landmines. They both have opposed the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So there's a lot of institutions and norms that both of them have decided are not in their interests. Then there's lots of norms and institutions that the United States opposes, but China supports. So initially, the United States opposed the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, for example. The Chinese supported the ABM Treaty. The United States withdrew from the ABM Treaty. The United States supports opposes a focus on development rights first. China supports development rights first, human rights policy. Then there's lots of norms and institutions that China opposes and the United States supports. So China opposes putting political and civil liberties first in the human rights list. Of course, China opposes the South China Sea Arbitral Tribunal. The United States was very supportive of the South China Sea Arbitral Tribunal. And remember, again, in an ideal world, if China were a wholly revisionist state, all of these institutions should be in this cell. But they're spread out over all of these different cells. So if you look at this, it's hard to say which state is obviously status quo and which state is obviously revisionist, challenging something called the rules-based order. So if the claim that there's a single consistent rules-based order is inaccurate, there are instead multiple orders, some of which China strongly supports, some of which it strongly opposes, and some of which it supports inconsistently, then what are the implications for the US-China rivalry? The status quo versus revisionist binary, which is at the heart of the rules-based order narrative, creates, I think, three analytical problems. First, because US interests are assumed to generate and maintain the rules-based order, then by definition, the United States cannot be a revisionist state. This prevents American foreign policymakers, I think, from accurately understanding how the US sometimes ignores, sometimes leaves, sometimes subverts, or doesn't support institutions that are ostensibly part of the rules-based order. Second, and related, it therefore prevents a more granular understanding of China's relationship to various orders. Presumably, a more granular understanding of China's of this relationship would make it clearer in which orders cooperation might be possible, trade, arms control, climate change, pandemics, etc., even when there are orders where cooperation is highly unlikely, such as the human rights realm or digital information. But more fundamentally, I think the rules-based order narrative reinforces a notion of American exceptionalism. And a warning here, I'm about to go off into a bunch of social psychology, so those who are uninterested can leave if you'd prefer. Social psychology is a very robust theory called social identity theory, and it tells us that those who strongly believe in the in-group's exceptionalism are primed to denigrate the out-group, to view it as less virtuous, as a potential threat, therefore requiring vigilance or even coercion to deal with. The notion that there is a single US-led rules-based order constitutes the United States as a status quo state, and at the same time it constitutes perceived challengers to this order, China, for example, as revisionist states. Status quo states are virtuous. They uphold norms and institutions that have been keeping the peace. They play by the rules of the game. Therefore, they are honest brokers. Revisionist states, by definition, are the opposite. They're challengers to the rules. Therefore, they're cheaters. They're deceptive. They're cunning. And the only way to deal with cheaters or tricksters or those who are cunning is through vigilance and, if necessary, coercion, whether it's political, military, or economic coercion. Now, just to be very, very clear, this exceptionalism problem does not just apply to the US discourse about the rules-based order. It also applies on the Chinese side in its promotion of its competitive vision of an aspirational order called the Community of Common Destiny. Now, the Community of Common Destiny is an inconsistent mix of traditional sovereign-centric realpolitik ideas, economic interdependence ideas, Western ideas about comprehensive, common, cooperative security. Nothing particularly original or new to this Community of Common Destiny, except Chinese leaders also argue that the core pillar, or one of the core pillars of the Community of Common Destiny, are ideas that represent China's inherently peaceful, peace-loving history and culture. Very often, Chinese leaders now refer to China as having peace genes, 和平的基因. Under Xi, there's been a sharp increase in references to Chinese peace genes, especially after the sharp decline in US-China relations after 2018. I would hypothesize that this discourse about inherent peacefulness is basically a claim about China's exceptionalism, and that is a claim that China is uniquely benign, which is contrasted with American malign exceptionalism, namely American hegemonism. But like the rules-based order, the claim of Chinese exceptionalism, the Chinese exceptional peacefulness, is not historically true. There's plenty of evidence of the use of violence and coercion throughout Chinese history to deal with external and internal threats, including after 1949. So I would hypothesize that the inaccurate US claim that there is a single rules-based order interacts with the inaccurate PRC claim about the inherent peacefulness of the Chinese Community of Common Destiny order to create a competition of exceptionalisms. Now, in international relations theory terms, beliefs about exceptionalism contribute to security dilemmas in at least one important way. They lead people to deny or ignore any interactivity in their actions. Why? Because exceptionalism leads both sides to claim that my values are benign, therefore my behavior is benign. Their behavior is malign, therefore their values must be malign. So my side can't possibly be the source of conflict because I'm benign. Now, one persuasive story about why the Cold War ended peacefully is that by the mid-1980s, Reagan and Gorbachev, for different reasons, became more aware of the interactivity of the US-Soviet arms interaction. And they became more self-aware of their own side's role in perpetuating insecurity spirals, and thus came to understand security dilemma dynamics in the US-Soviet relationship. This, in turn, opened the conceptual door to sending credible signals of unilateral restraint, and from there to some de-escalation in the rivalry. This self-awareness is impossible in if international relations is framed inaccurately and naively as, say, in the United States rules-based order narrative, as the US is inherently status quo self versus an inherently revisionist other. This self-awareness is also very difficult, as in the PRC's Community of Common Destiny case, a narrative about an inherently peaceful self versus an inherently hegemonic other. Now, Gorbachev and Reagan showed how it was possible to foster this self-awareness, but it requires a much more complicated understanding of one's own conceptual blind spots. And nothing so far coming out of Washington in the either executive or the legislative branches, and nothing coming out of Beijing, as far as I can tell, indicates this kind of self-awareness. So on that optimistic note, I will finish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Johnston. That was an extremely thought-provoking talk that gave a lot of food for thought and for discussion for us today. We have in this panel two commentators, both of whom are my colleagues at FIA, who will provide a few brief comments first on Professor Johnston's keynote, and from there on we will go into the panel discussion. First of the commentator is Katja Kreutz. She's the program director of the Global Security and Governance Research Program at FIA. Her main field of expertise is international law, and especially issues of responsibility, human rights, and global governance. Dr. Kreutz holds a Doctor of Laws degree from the University of Helsinki. She has previously worked as a research fellow at the Erik Castrén Institute of International Law and Human Rights of the University of Helsinki. She is also the author of a monograph, State Responsibility in the International Legal Order, a Critical Appraisal, which came out with Cambridge University Press 3 years ago. Katja Kreutz, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction, Professor Matlin, and thank you to Professor Johnston for your thought-provoking ideas on China and global orders. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, I'm glad to be part of this excellent FIA forum and the formal launch of the Center on Global Orders and China, CORD. In my brief comments, I will mainly address the issue of Chinese support to the constitutive order, as it is termed by Professor Johnston, which he argues is high. I will adopt a slightly different route to this particular order and argue that, in my view, China's support for it is not as high as believed. Professor Johnston has spoken about China's approach to the UN system, the constitutive order, which China is supportive of, and the regime on civil and political rights within the broader political development order, which China more or less rejects, or at least is much less supportive of. I will combine these two issues or sectors together, as I would like to argue that the organizing principles and the purposes of the UN system should be seen as one order, not as separate ones. So thus, if we bring back to mind Professor Johnston's first table, I would place human rights highest up with the fundamental norms. In Professor Johnston's seminal article of 2019, as well as here today at this forum, sovereignty and territoriality are described as key norms of the constitutive order. Yet I would like to add human rights or respect for humanity to this equation. Human rights are one of the core pillars of the United Nations Charter and one of the main purposes of the United Nations organization. According to the organization itself, human rights are at the core of all the work that is done in the organization, including peace and security. The preamble to the Charter starts with "We the peoples," in addition to which it pinpoints as one of its aims to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights. According to Article 1 of the United Nations Charter, its third aim is to promote and encourage respect for human rights and for fundamental freedoms for all without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. To me, this justifies the question of whether one can accept the UN system as a constitutive order if one does not accept human rights, or the Universal Declaration of Human Rights that turns 75 this year, for that matter. If one accepts my premise that human rights are an inherent part of the United Nations, it follows from this that China is in fact not as supportive of the UN system as argued, but acts in a more fragmented manner. Some may even say that it is cherry-picking. China, as pointed out by Professor Johnston, prioritizes economic and social rights over civil and political rights. Yet human rights are indivisible. China has also sought to introduce alternative human rights to the international setting, such as the right to solidarity and the right to development. And it has sought to soften the mechanisms of scrutiny available in the UN human rights system. And this has also been reflected in financing decisions on peacekeeping missions, where existing human rights components have been left without funding. Another crucial part that Professor Johnston recognizes as being part of the constitutive order is international treaties and judicial forums for dispute settlement, like the International Court of Justice. Yet, China does not seem fully supportive of settling disagreements or disputes in accordance with predetermined means. One example being the international arbitration on the South China Sea dispute. A second issue calling into question to what degree China really supports the constitutive order relates to the organizing principles mentioned before by Professor Johnston. The principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity were stressed as inherent to China's actions. But if we think about present international relations, and especially the ongoing war in Ukraine, I think it is fair to ask how sympathetic China really is concerning these two organizing principles. The so-called peace plan, or position paper on the political settlement of the Ukraine crisis, delivered by China a few weeks ago, certainly did not hold up these principles, as it did not demand a full withdrawal of Russia from Ukrainian territory. The same attitude was displayed earlier when China expressed support for the view that NATO should not expand. Against this background, it is difficult to see how China promotes what it has called for itself, namely an equal and uniform application of international law without double standards. Indeed, it would be interesting to hear later more about Professor Johnston's views on China, sovereignty, and the aggression against Ukraine. Another way of looking at China's support for the constitutive order is to see how it supports change and developments to the World Organization. As China is seen as speaking for many developing countries, or the so-called Global South in the UN system, it seems fair to ask how it approaches institutional reform or advances the ability of the UN to act. The current setting within the United Nations Security Council, for example, favors old powers that many emerging powers have since long surpassed, if measured in national material capabilities. If China were supportive of the system, would it not act to improve the organization's legitimacy and make it nimbler and more effective? Yet China is, as Professor Johnston rightly pointed out, supportive of the existing structures. In its position paper on UN reform earlier, China has said that UN reforms must safeguard the principles and purposes of the Charter. The P5 club should not be diluted, as Professor Johnston said in his remarks before. China resists Security Council reform similarly to the other P5 states, although the United Kingdom, France, and the United States may be showing signs of opening up to the idea of change. Furthermore, China has adopted a cautious stance towards inclusive multilateralism, obstructing selected NGOs from participating in UN work. Ladies and gentlemen, whether China is highly or moderately supportive of the constitutive order can be debated. The same thing can naturally be said about all great powers, whether former or current. Indeed, it is perhaps a sign of great power that your actions are closely scrutinized. Today, we have a rare opportunity to benefit from the insights of a broad range of expertise, and it is important that we understand China's approach towards the fundamentals of our order. We need to learn more about where we have opportunities to cooperate with China, but we also need to know when to push back. China may share our interest in keeping the constitutive order in place, with the UN system at the heart of it. but it is our task to determine whether the vision about what kind of a world organization we have is shared. I look forward to the continued discussion, so thank you.
Thank you, Katja. And next I would like to ask Elina Sinkkonen to give her remarks. Elina, she has a Doctor of Philosophy degree from Oxford University. She's a senior research fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. She holds also the title of docent at the Faculty of Social Sciences, the University of Turku. Her research interests include great power relations, authoritarian regimes, regional security in East Asia, Chinese nationalism, public opinion issues in China, and domestic foreign policy nexus in IR theory. Sinkkonen's ongoing research is linked with the Academy of Finland funded project FORAC. Elina Sinkkonen, please.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Professor Matlin. I feel very honored and privileged to stand here today to comment Professor Johnston's presentation, as I consider him as one of my key academic idols, whose career I've been following since the beginning of my own. Also very happy to see so many people in the audience here today. Professor Johnston's article covered 3 orders in more detail, and my colleague Katja Kreutz just discussed 2 of them, and my comments today will cover the 3rd order, the trade order. In my view, the trade regime exemplifies in some ways the best we have in terms of multilateralism or international cooperation. International regimes differ on a variety of issues, which include, among others, how widely accepted their norms are, how institutionalized their governance structures are, and what happens if an actor breaks the rules. The trade regime can be described as an integrated regime with hierarchical rules, and breaking the norms can be taken to dispute settlements in the World Trade Organization. In other words, humans for whom it seems to be quite difficult to agree on international norms manage to get quite far when it comes to trade issues. In contrast, most other international regimes are more fragmented to begin with. Unfortunately, there is a lot of movement at the moment towards disorder in trade issues. As even the trade order is beginning to decay, I'm starting to wonder if the question we should be asking is not how much or whether China is challenging a trade regime or international orders more broadly, rather how much is left of the so-called liberal international order or all these orders more broadly. And one reason why I think this, I'm starting to wonder these broader issues, is that I see at the moment 3 interconnected and partly overlapping global issues. The way we view trade has changed. This is my first point. The underlying assumptions that used to prevail on trade and interdependence are fundamentally changing. The post-Cold War liberalist view, according to which interdependencies supported a positive cycle of mutual gains, has given way to a view that sees economic interdependence as a security risk. Professor Johnston's 2019 article in the International Security Journal states on page 46 that the rise of economic nationalism in the United States and some European countries may lead to emergent properties in the trade order that make China's performance look relatively more consistent with the current order than it would otherwise. Second, the structure of world economy has changed, creating possibilities to weaponize interdependence. Zero-sum thinking and the ever-changing definition of dual-use technologies has fundamental consequences for the economic order and global division of labor. Today's global economy is characterized by technological dependencies and complex supply chains. Under the conditions of complex network structures, strong actors can use more power than before, as Farrell and Newman point out in their article on weaponized interdependence. And especially when it comes to high-tech, technological development blurs the boundaries between economic and military activities. And third, the nature of state power seems to have changed. Related to the previous point on weaponized interdependence, strong actors such as China, the United States, and European Union have even more power than before. In addition, rising protectionism has brought back strong state actors, which we can see in changing industrial policies in the Western countries and overall state control over the economy. In some ways, other countries are becoming perhaps a bit more like China. For China, strong state role in the economy is nothing new, of course. Currently, China emphasizes self-reliance and has related policies such as Made in China 2025 and dual circulation. Bringing these three developments together, we can see how the close nexus between economic and security has greatly affected international trade order and China-US relations. There are things in China's behavior many Western countries have been really unhappy about for a long time, such as China's subsidies for its industries, copyright violations, industrial espionage, civil-military fusion, and so forth. These are used as justifications for the policy changes in other countries. Yet at the moment, it seems to me that China's behavior has not changed as much as that of the United States when it comes to trade issues. In the past few years, the US has proactively weaponized high-tech supply chains. The tariffs imposed during the Trump presidency are still in place. And in October 2022, the Biden administration rolled out a blockade of advanced chips and related software. At the moment, advanced semiconductors from any country are denied to every Chinese company, whether they have connections to military or intelligence services in Beijing or not. And I have heard multiple experts, including those from the US, to refer to this policy change as a Cold War-style export control. Moreover, it is argued that the US techno-nationalist policy runs more or less counter to the World Trade Organization's general bar against country-based discrimination. At first, this chip blockade was unilateral, but it has turned more multilateral with the European Union and Japan siding with the US. China could, of course, use advanced chips in military systems, yet semiconductors and AI are general-purpose tech needed, for example, also in advanced climate modeling. So it's a really difficult issue, and I don't envy the politicians that have to deal with this. But it also raises some academic and analytical questions. So Professor Johnston, as your article divided international orders into 8 different ones, and the military and trade orders were 2 separate categories. How do you see these recent developments affect the way we should categorize international orders? Can we keep security and economy separate? And would you say that this definitional fusion has to do more with technological development generally or more with problems in the US-China relations? What actually constitutes national security, and where do its boundaries lie in the age of decoupling and fast technological development? The chip war discussion seems to assume that China is now effectively banned from access to advanced chips. It is doomed to develop several years behind the advanced countries in the semiconductor sector. And while this might indeed be the case, although import restrictions rarely reach 100% coverage, there are many other fields of future technology, and we don't yet know what kind of innovation environment will bring the best results. Australian Strategic Policy Institute's Critical Technology Tracker published last month points out that Western democracies, I quote, are losing the global technological competition, including the race for scientific and research breakthroughs and the ability to retain global talent, which are crucial ingredients that underpin the development and control of the world's most important technologies, including those that don't yet exist. ASPI's Critical Tech Tracker places China as the leader in 37 out of 44 tech categories, covering a range of crucial technology fields, from defense, space, robotics, biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and more. In some areas of global governance, like the human rights regime, the institutional and normative framework are already well established. In these, China has often promoted an alternative take on established norms, like we just heard. But I would like to inquire, Professor Johnston, what about the newer areas like cyber governance and artificial intelligence? Does China perhaps have more scope for agenda setting in these cases? And finally, most broadly, how is the intensifying great power competition and rivalry affecting multilateralism and the different international orders? Well, in part, you already indicated that it's not looking good at the moment, or perhaps you could broaden on that point a bit more in your during the discussion. I will end here, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sinkanen. That was quite a slate of challenging questions that were delivered for our keynote speakers. Professor Johnston, would you like to immediately respond to some of the remarks that were raised?
Not really, because those are great questions. I had nightmares in my PhD exams as I was listening to those questions. All terrific questions. So let me just take the questions that I think I can answer. First, I just want to make it clear that the orders that I listed, I'm not particularly strongly tied to how many there are or what terms you use. The piece I wrote was primarily conceptual, to try to get people to think about alternative orders, and to think about the potential competition of the key norms institutions in each of these. So first of all, they're not ranked in terms of, I think, normative importance. I don't want to suggest that the constitutive order is more important, for example, than the political development order, the one that focuses on individual civil and political liberties. The human rights complex, I think, is complex. And as you pointed out, you can go straight back to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and go up through all of the major human rights agreements, all the way up to the Vienna Declaration on Human Rights in '93. And each of those, they posit essentially the equality of political rights and then social rights and development rights. It's very clear China is ignoring the political rights and focusing on the social development rights. And it's very clear the United States is ignoring the social development rights and focusing on the political rights. If you subsumed the political rights order together with the social rights order and called it just the human rights order, which you can do, I mean, there's no problem with that. All that would mean is that it would become a highly contested order, because you take social rights, which a lot of the Global South and China emphasize. China was actually one of the leaders back in the 90s. It's not just recent, back in the 90s, in pushing the Global South to coalesce around social rights. The Bangkok Statement, for example, from '93. You'd have social rights and you'd have political rights in this one category of order. It's fine, but then you'd have to code it as an extraordinarily contested order. China's position towards that order then would be moderately supportive and moderately opposed, and the United States position would be similar, moderately supportive and moderately opposed. So it's a categorization question, and you know, do we get better analytic quality by keeping those as separate orders, or do we get better analytic quality by putting them together? I don't really have a strong position one way or the other. You raised the question of the contradiction between China's emphasis on the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity as constitutive norms and Ukraine issue. And absolutely there's a contradiction with China's support for Ukraine, for the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I think what it underscores is the tension, the contradictions in China's position on sovereignty and territorial integrity particularly in relationship to the Taiwan question. I think from the Chinese perspective, one of the prisms that they view Ukraine is through Taiwan. And for China, Taiwan is a sovereignty and territorial integrity question. And so for the Chinese perspective, the importance of preserving Chinese sovereignty over Taiwan, or establishing sovereignty over Taiwan and preventing Taiwan from becoming an independent sovereign state, that emphasis on sovereignty and territoriality trumps Ukraine's sovereignty and territoriality. And I think this is one of the reasons why the Chinese have been very, very unwilling to comment on much, specifically on the Russian violation of Ukrainian sovereignty and territorial integrity. Because I say the Chinese prism is, how is our sovereignty and territorial integrity challenged by events in Taiwan? We don't disagree at all on China's position on political rights and on social rights. As I said, the question is whether to subsume them in the constitutive order or not. I sort of think of the constitutive order as, in terms of constitutiveness, in other words, a constitutive order creates the units of a system. And so what order out there and what norms and institutions create, consolidate, solidify the units of the international system. The units of the international system are still, for the most part, nation states. And so the norms and institutions out there that constitute nation states as the key actors in the system is still the constitutive order, with the UN as its primary institution. Doesn't mean, of course, the UN doesn't have components that challenge sovereignty and challenge territorial integrity clearly, because the UN has an important role in developing human rights norms. But again, if you want to subsume human rights into the constitutive order, then it just raises the question, okay, well, how does human rights then help constitute the nature of the actors? Whereas sovereignty and territoriality are pretty clearly the important components of a nation-state system. Again, I'm not disagreeing on the content of the human rights norms or the content of the human rights order. It's just from an analytic perspective, I'm not, what additional understanding of how orders operate in the international system, what additional purchase do we get by including human rights in the constitutive order? And that would be, I guess, the question I would end on. Quickly, in relationship to Alina's great questions, I agree completely with your analysis that there are trends in technology that are, the emergence of certain dual-use technologies, the weaponization of trade policy that are clearly creating problems for the effectiveness of institutions like the WTO. I guess I would argue that, I think you asked the question of to what extent was it a Sino-American rivalry versus the kind of exogenous effect of new technologies, which of those was most important in challenging or undermining the trade order. I kind of lean towards the argument that the nature of the technology in and of itself has meaning through how other countries understand their relationships with each other. Mm. So as the US-China relationship deteriorates, as the rivalry accentuates, then a whole range of technologies that in the past might have seemed relatively benign now become potential tools in the competition. Industrial policy becomes a potential tool in the competition, which then has implications, obviously, for the free trade order. So I think, in a sense, and I know colleagues of mine will disagree dramatically, but I would say the meaning of this technology is fundamentally a function of the evolution of the US-Chinese rivalry. and it's not the other way around. I don't think the meaning of this. I don't think this technology is necessarily deepening the U.S.-China rivalry. It's the rivalry that is changing the meaning of this technology.
Yes, thank you. I have my own set of challenging questions here for you, but I think
I thought there was only 2 sets.
But I think I should say at this point already that we will at some point open up the floor for questions from the audience. Unfortunately, because of time restrictions, we cannot accommodate more than maybe 2 or 3 questions. But if you feel the urgent need, do ask something out of or from any of our panelists, then please be prepared. Now, Professor Johnston, in your keynote, you sort of you a bit challenged the whole notion or the whole sort of way of setting this up as we have the defender of the existing institutions and norms and a challenger to that, a revisionist country. But you are famous for several articles, not just this 2019 piece, which we have referred to now several times. One of the most famous articles that you wrote was written 20 years ago, an article that I believe is one of the most cited articles actually in international relations. And you pondered then whether China is a status quo power and concluded that the Chinese leadership does not appear to wish to pay so much in terms of its economic development interests or its relationship with the United States to engage in quote-unquote revisionism. In other words, opportunity costs. It doesn't wish to pay too much of that. But that in the future, 2 sources of reversion to revisionism could be either domestic social and political upheavals and potentially also spiraling China-US security dilemma. Now we seem to be having the latter one, at least, of these in the works. So I would very much like to see sort of how do you look back on your piece from 20 years ago and the argument that you or sort of the notes that you ended with in your conclusions then from this vantage point?
It's really dangerous to have a paper trail because it's like, really, I wrote that? Are you sure? So just a couple of quick comments about that. When I wrote that piece, I was still operating within the notion that there is a single international order. Yeah. And that there are status quo states and there are revisionist states. And I took a look at China's participation in various international institutions, and I came up with what I thought was a useful definition at the time of a set of indicators for what constituted a status quo versus a revisionist state, and concluded that relative to the past, it was not an absolute statement, it was relative to the past, China was more supportive of certain status quo institutions that it had been in the past. And at that time, there was a debate over the degree to which China was status quo versus revisionist. And I suggested that the evidence suggested it was, relatively speaking, moving closer to a status quo position. But again, it was a relative statement. As you suggested, at the time, I thought that the sort of the 2 things that could upset that would be high degree of social instability inside China due to economic dislocations, corruption, environmental degradation, and other factors. And then a major downturn in U.S.-China relations over the Taiwan issue. I didn't have any sense of how badly the relationship in the U.S.-China relation would become and how quickly it would shift in that direction in the last, predominantly, I think, in the last 5 years. And in that respect, the question of how much was China willing to pay in terms of opportunity costs to challenge America as a status quo state back in the early 2000s, I didn't think they were very high. I don't think the Chinese were willing to pay a whole lot. They're willing to pay a lot more now in order to counter what they see as American efforts, as Xi Jinping just said a couple of days ago at the National People's Congress, in terms that have not been used, I don't think have been used by him publicly before, that the United States wants to contain, block, and suppress China. which is a fairly serious assessment of the deterioration in the US-China relationship, which suggests that China might be willing to spend a great deal in order to compete more vociferously with the United States. Although, as Professor Yan Shuitong pointed out a couple of days ago, or yesterday, the Chinese leaders' first priority at this point is to revive the economy. So they face a trade-off between how much do you resources and time and energy and diplomatic capital do you spend in order to revive the economy. But the notion that China should be prepared to deal with the United States' efforts to contain, block, and suppress China, the first time that phrase was used, actually, that I could find, was in an article in 2019 by editor of the Red Flag journal, which is a Communist Party journal. And he used that phrase, but he said, we have to make sure that we don't wreck the relationship with the United States. That we have to make sure that if there is a conflict with the United States, it is not on our territory, it is not right close to our space. And the reason why we need to make sure that we don't wreck, or the United States, the relation to the United States is not wrecked, is because we still have this goal of rejuvenation by 2049. So it would seem, if that's kind of the thinking that Xi Jinping is drawing from, that the PRC believes that it has to be more proactive, incur more opportunity costs in order to compete with the United States, but not so far as to wreck the chances for, quote, rejuvenation by 2049. But it does suggest, and this gets back to the first set of questions, it does suggest that what we might see in all of these orders, where one could argue at this point there's a certain variation in degrees of Chinese support for some orders and lack of support for others, what you may see is the U.S.-China rivalry spilling over into other orders, right? So you mentioned weaponization of trade, Lena, that the U.S.-China rivalry becomes, the trade becomes an area of, clearly an area of competition. Human rights, clearly an area of competition. The pandemic area of competition. Climate change, an area of competition. So that both countries are then going to be competing to try to dominate the norms and institutions in each of these orders. But as I said, I think that the nature of the U.S.-China rivalry at this point means that the PRC is willing to spend pretty high costs in order to prevent the United States from containing, blocking, and suppressing China's interests.
This is interesting, especially if you look at sort of in the context of Chinese academic writings and policy writings in recent years on these issues. A lot of that writing actually is, if you look at, for example, the trade wars started during the Trump administration, much of the writing is sort of that China is not happy about where this is going, that the United States is making a mistake by launching these trade wars. Same goes for decoupling and so on. So it appears that in many ways China was sort of responding to something that it perceived as challenging itself in many ways. And we earlier talked here or heard several times already the issues of sovereignty and territorial integrity being brought up. And you could maybe make an argument that earlier much of what China actually was doing in global governance could be seen in some ways as defensive of its interests, its sovereignty, its territorial integrity. Have we seen significant changes then in this respect? Are we seeing significant changes right now occurring, as you mentioned in Xi Jinping's recent statement? And I'm asking actually all of the panelists if you have a view on the question. Is something changing now? Is China turning towards different kind of response to this? Or is it still essentially just trying to protect whatever it feels is important for itself?
So, as a political scientist, I'd like to start with, sir, what is the simplest explanation that can capture most of what we're trying to explain before then making it more complicated? I think that you can make the argument that still the two most powerful explanations for what China does most of the time in most institutions is enhancing sovereignty and protecting the legitimacy of the Communist Party.
Yeah.
So if you sort of think of that as a kind of a 2x2, so is the institution or is the order or is the norm sovereignty enhancing or sovereignty diminishing as one dimension? Is it enhancing the legitimacy of the party or undermining the legitimacy of the party as another dimension? Then any issue that enhances the legitimacy of the party and enhances sovereignty is going to be strongly supported or strongly pushed. Yeah. And any issue that perforates sovereignty or threatens the, or potentially threatens the legitimacy of the party is going to be strongly opposed. I don't think that calculation has changed much. It doesn't explain all foreign policy positions. I think it explains foreign policy better than some of the other models out there. There's, for example, a view that's emerging in some parts of Washington that Xi Jinping is a genuine Marxist-Leninist and wants to literally export communism around the world. I think that if standard social science procedures, if that were true, what would you expect to see in Chinese foreign policy? Do you see it? Versus the sovereignty enhancing, party legitimacy enhancing model. If that were true, what would you expect to see in foreign policy? Do you see it? I think on balance, we still have more explanatory power by referring to the concern about sovereignty and party legitimacy. Right. So is that defensive? Is it on the offensive? I wouldn't, call it what you want, but it seems to me those are the variables that do the best job in explaining most of the broad features of Chinese foreign policy. Now, once you get down into the details, BRI, for example, certain bilateral relationships, then you have to look at some of the sub-national actors in China. Businesses, state organizations, provincial interests, for example. And then that complicates the prediction about foreign policy outcomes because it suggests that some foreign policy outcomes actually may be the function of internal bargaining. But the big orientation towards these order issues, I think, are still fundamentally determined by concern about sovereignty and legitimacy of the regime.
Would you like to add?
Well, I'm not a China scholar, so I'm just commenting from the perspective of what we see in institutions. And I would say that we have seen, of course, it's now years ago, but we've seen some, not exceptions from the sovereignty frame, but at least opening up to something perhaps other than that. So China has not always rejected, for example, the responsibility to protect missions, not voting against, not supporting actively, but not obstructing either. Also, some prosecutions before the International Criminal Court, it has not objected to. So there have been some maybe deviances that confirm the rule, but again, these are examples years ago. So I think there were different sentiments, and we are back in the focus on sovereignty.
Well, if you just go quickly back to the 2x2, I was suggesting, sovereignty, enhancing sovereignty, reducing legitimacy, party legitimacy, enhancing party legitimacy, challenging. Then you'll find some issues where they may be sovereignty perforating, but they may be enhancing for the legitimacy of the regime. So trade, for instance. And so you, or in the case of the not blocking some of the prosecution in the ICC, that's good for China's international image, for example. But it's in those cells where there is some downside for sovereignty, but some upside for the party or some upside for international image that you see, much more. You will see some cooperation, but it'll be much more limited.
So may I ask, where would you place this not sort of voting with Russia on the Ukraine in General Assembly, so abstaining? So how would you place that into?
So I think the abstention is they are very attentive to what a lot of the Global South positioning is, because I think they see the Global South in a wide range of issues as a resource in the UN in particular when it comes to votes, and especially on the Taiwan issue. I think we tend to downplay or tend to underestimate the degree to which what we consider a parochial issue like Taiwan, how central it is to a lot of Chinese diplomacy in the United Nations system.
That's true. How about the new technology areas, for example?
Yeah, well, it's you can see some increased activity in certain areas like internet governance. China has had its own ideas, and it's easier to promote those in an order which is more fragmented and consists of companies and so forth, rather than in the very established, coherent regimes that have their rules and have decades of kind of established practices. But there, the problem in the internet control area has been the opposition of the other players. So far, most of the initiatives haven't really played out. But then we have areas like standard setting, which might be really bureaucratic and dull, but Chinese are putting more of their people into important organizations and having a more say in those areas. So the things are developing, and we just have to keep on following.
From there, actually, I could broaden the issue to one thing that really is, I think, a central issue when we consider this sort of. There are varied opinions on how strategic China is when acting in international institutions, and I'm thinking here, for example, of this question of whether or not China has a quote-unquote grand strategy. And since you're a renowned expert on strategic culture, you might have something to say on this issue. So does it appear to be that China has something like a grand strategy, or is China rather opportunistic in the sense that it acts when space and opportunity opens up for it? For example, I'm thinking here about the U.S. withdrawal under the Trump administration from the UN Human Rights Council. That opened up some space for China.
So I'm somewhat skeptical that states have grand strategies that constrain how they behave. I've never served in government, but I know a number of people who have served in government, and it strikes me that the way policy is made in government can be quite chaotic, can be quite short term, can be quite lots of compromises across different institutions, et cetera. And so that most of the time, my guess is that even if you had a grand strategy, implementing a grand strategy would be very hard to do. Now, of course, states have wish lists, things that they would love to see, they'd like to see. And the question is, how much time and energy do you work for achieving those wish lists? The grand strategy may be a wish list, but it doesn't necessarily mean that on a day-to-day basis you see policy driven by that grand strategy. States also have kind of fear lists, things that they really don't want to see. We don't tend to think of fear lists as part of grand strategy, but I guess they are, outcomes that you don't want to see. Again, the question is how much capital and resources and bandwidth the leaders have to proactively prepare for these fear lists. There is, as you know, a view in the United States that China has a grand strategy of, in the views of some people, displacing the United States as the global hegemon. And I think that's a view that's held to some degree in the White House. You have the intelligence community. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence issued a threat assessment, annual threat assessment, in which the conclusion was that China wanted to be a major player or a major power in the global stage.
A major
power, not the major player, which is a big difference. And so there's a certain tension between, I think, some of the views in the White House that China has a grand strategy to be the major player or the displaced United States hegemon, and then the intelligence community says, no, they want to be a major player. I don't think the evidence, I mean, clearly, if there's this debate between very smart people, it suggests that the evidence is not crystal clear one direction or the other. But, you know, it's very clear that Xi Jinping has a wish, which is rejuvenation by the year 2049. It's pretty clear that I think they are much more pessimistic about achieving that goal, particularly as the US-China relationship deteriorates. What's interesting is beginning in 2018, 2019, you've seen an increase in the co-appearance of words like risks and challenges. China faces risks and challenges in its efforts to achieve rejuvenation. There's this other famous phrase that is affiliated with Xi Jinping that came out in 2019 or so, that the world is entering a period of unprecedented change in a century of unprecedented change that we haven't seen in a century. Some people interpret that as a claim, a very optimistic claim about China's ability to rejuvenate and to replace the United States as the dominant power. I think that there's much more messiness to that concept than a lot of people think, and that in fact that it is increasingly, as I said, that phrase about unprecedented changes in a century, some of these unprecedented changes are actually negative ones and not in China's favor. And as I said, the discourse increasingly emphasizes the problems of challenges, risks, the need to struggle, the problems that they face with Americans' efforts to suppress, block, and contain. And it's not an optimistic vision about achieving rejuvenation by 2019. By 2049.
It's interesting that you should put it in this way, because it's something that I've said myself as well. I mean, from what we know, I have also not served in government, but from what we know sort of policy making, of course, political parties have plans, governments have plans, and then events happen and things get messy and chaotic and so on. So it's kind of what we're saying essentially is that we know that this is the way government works in other places, but somehow in China this does not apply. It's somehow China is a sui generis, it's something different. That China can implement decades-long grand strategies.
So that raises a really sensitive issue, and that is the question to the degree to which ethno-stereotyping is entering into the US-China relationship. On both sides, right? The Chinese government is stereotyping themselves, saying we're inherently peaceful people. Americans are inherently hegemonic. You have in the American discourse amongst officials, politicians, stereotypes of the Chinese as somehow able to think in 50-year, 100-year terms, that somehow the West, we can't do that.
For hundreds of years.
That references to cunning, trickery, these are all memes that are affiliated with racialized images of the Chinese historically. And I think that is a phenomenon of this rivalry that we haven't studied carefully enough. And I think there is actually growing evidence, survey experiment evidence, some work done by a brilliant PhD student from the University of San Diego, a guy called D.G. Kim, who's shown, for example, that people who rank high on an anti-Asian resentment, racial resentment scales, perceive China as more of a threat and are more supportive of militarized responses. And on the Chinese side, Chinese respondents in a survey that he did who are more aware of anti-Asia harassment in the United States have a more militarized view of the United States. And so you're getting this interactivity between anti-Asian sentiment or anti-Asian expression in the United States and awareness of that in China. The risk there is, as the Chinese government is already doing, is saying, well, we somehow have an obligation to protect the interests of ethnic Chinese around the world. And the blurring of the Xi Jinping's blurring of the distinction between ethnicity and nationality puts American citizens who are Chinese or Canadian citizens who are Chinese or Australian citizens who are Chinese in a very difficult political position domestically. And that is a really volatile issue politically. And it wasn't an issue that played any role in the US-Soviet rivalry.
Can I ask you to be very brief because we're on the time?
I will try to be. I just wanted to comment on the grand strategy issue, and perhaps there is sort of some strategy in some orders and less so in the others, based on our discussion. I just want to go back to the UN Human Rights Council and China's activities there. And Nordic government officials have in interviews described to me that it has been, they have considered it to be very strategic, step-by-step procedures of inserting certain language and introducing other new alternative rights and weakening other sectors. So they have described it as really strategic. So I have myself pondered on this very much, how opportunistic it was or how strategic. So there are different views.
Just if I could just very quickly, I think that that's true. The question is whether how new it is, because as I said, the Chinese were very proactive back in the early 90s in inserting the collective or development rights into UN documents, and very successfully so. The other point about the language, it's not just in the human rights realm, in other realms in the UN, they want sort of Xi Jinping terminology. It's unclear to me whether that is simply because that makes Xi Jinping look good domestically, that he can be seen, portrayed as this great strategic thinker. Look, the UN is talking about a community of common destiny.
And the Secretary General even.
Yeah, and so the question is, does that have any impact on the behavior of the institution itself? And that's, that's an open question.
At this point, I would like to turn to the audience, and we're unfortunately very short on time in this first panel, but if someone has a pressing question that can be presented in a very concise and clear manner, feel free to raise your hand. There, I can see one hand there. Could you please stand up and briefly present yourself and the question? Could you use this?
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Antti Seppo. I'm a researcher at Finnish National Defense University. And I also have to say I've read a lot about what Alistair has written, because it was crucial for my dissertation, which I also wrote on strategic culture. So my question relates to...
You passed, though.
Thank you. So my question relates to strategic culture as well. How would you rate... I mean, this is obviously a sort of a broad question for this panel, but how would you rate the explanatory power of the approach today? If you think about, if you compare that to the situation you wrote your brilliant book like 25 years ago, when was it? How would you rate the explanatory power of the approach, and where would you like to see people doing strategic culture research turn to? I mean, are there something new that you are excited about in the approach? Thank you.
We don't have much time, do we? Okay, good. So I actually haven't worked on the term strategic culture for 20, 25 years. It doesn't mean I don't think the concept isn't useful. I moved on to other things. But very quickly, I think, so I've always envisioned strategic culture as not vertically organized by country. In other words, there is a German strategic culture, there's a Chinese. I've always seen it as horizontal. In other words, arms controllers across countries share a strategic culture. Militarists across different countries share a strategic culture. So if you look inside the Chinese system, you can certainly find people in the military who would share the view that the world is highly conflictual, that the relationship with others is more or less zero-sum, and that the efficacy of violence is quite high, or the efficacy of coercion is quite high. The question is, do you see competitive strategic cultures in the Chinese system? There are places I think in the foreign ministry, there are places in the Chinese military intelligence, some of the think tank world, where they would argue, maybe a little bit more carefully today than in the past, that international politics is not necessarily zero-sum, that the efficacy of force is limited, and these are the advocates, for example, of setting up crisis management mechanisms and institutions. And these people do exist in the Chinese system. It's not clear how influential they are, as we learned after Pelosi visited and the Chinese military cut off the three main military-to-military communications mechanisms. I'm pretty sure there were people in the Chinese system who were unhappy with that. So, as I say, I think it's a useful way of organizing people's understandings of how you deal with a conflictual environment, and you can find competitive strategic cultures in different systems. But in the Chinese case at this point, the question is whether the political space is large enough for the less realpolitik strategic cultures.
Thank you. Very good question and very good answer. Unfortunately, we are out of time in this first panel if you want to keep up with the schedule. So I would like to thank our keynote speaker and the commentators for very good, insightful comments. And let's give them one last hand of applause. Thank you. Thank you. We now have a break of half an hour, and then we come back for the second panel, which promises to be equally exciting. Thank you. Yeah, went good. Yeah, good.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, a very good afternoon also on my behalf. My name is Bart Gaans. I'm leading researcher at FIA, and I'm also a member of the newly founded Center on Global Orders and China. Welcome back to FIA Forum, and we are now ready for panel 2. And in this panel, we will likely partly, at least, continue the discussion on global orders and China's position in, as well as aspirations for those orders. However, we will aim to focus more on the domestic influences on China's foreign policy. As keynote speaker today, we feel extremely privileged to have with us Professor Yan Xuetong, who is a professor at Tsinghua University and one of China's most prominent and most influential IR scholars. He has laid the groundwork for a new IR paradigm called moral realism. And I believe that some years ago, he was also named as one of the world's top 100 global thinkers by Foreign Policy Journal. So without further ado, I would like to give now the floor to Professor Yan for his keynote talk. Please.
Thank you, James, for your nice introduction. And also, I'm very grateful to the FIA to invite me to this very valuable opportunity and this chance to share my view with all your distinguished guests. And today, and according to this title for this section, seems to me most of the audience want to know what's happened in China because we have closed for 3.5 years. And so they want to know how the domestic factors influenced our foreign policy. Well, certainly I discuss about this, but I will discuss from the perspective of the global order, because since the general title for this conference is talking about how China's policy influencing the coming order. Well, first, you know, this, if you look at this title, and I think I'm definitely the minority in this room. I know the Europeans believe now we are in a world with a multipolar system instead of bipolarity. And certainly, you all know that the Chinese government is strongly advocating the concept, multipolarization. So in that way, the Chinese governments have shared the concepts with European states, and the world is moving towards a multipolar world. And actually, being a professor of academia, and we always want to hold some views and different from the government. So my view is that the world is actually transferred from American-dominated unipolarity and to bipolarity, and actually dominated by the rivalry between China and the United States. So today I want to discuss what the coming order will be when China and the US compete with each other in the world. Last session, we heard there's a debate between Professor Johnson and the commentators, and how to define the order. And so some people believe, hey, Yan, you should not divide the global order into so many domains, trade, military, political, human rights. So there's only one order instead of 7 orders. So the very first, at the beginning, I also wonder why for the title for this conference, order parentheses S, so plural or single. Now, actually, from this debate, I noted that we need to have a common definition for the term order, no matter it's international order or global order. We have to know what is order first, and then we can discuss what order we are in, or what kind of order is coming, and how China's foreign policy will have an impact on the coming order. First, I think my understanding, the order is a state of international system. International system is a kind of object existence. So sometimes the system is in order, sometimes it's out of order. Just like we have a pipe, the water system, right? When it's in order, you can use it for washing hands. But when it's out of order, there's no water. So the word order same. When we're talking about the order, that means a kind of a state of the system. So if we can use 2 situations to compare, we can clear understanding what is order, what is disorder. I don't think in this room anyone will regard it. The situation in Ukraine is in order. I doubt anyone will say, hey, Ukraine has a very different type of order. There's no order. There's a chaos. There's a war. But in Finland, I think everyone agrees now this society is in order. Why people believe we're in order in this country, but the people in the Ukraine are not in order? So the order is a state. What kind of a state? It refers to, It refers to when the countries, major powers, to settle their conflicts through non-violent approach. So the typical case for disorder is a war. And when there's no war, no matter what kind of argument they have, then we will see, okay, if they do not use a fix, they settle down their disputes, and through the peaceful manner, according to rules, and then that is order. So even when we have a soccer, in the whole world, soccer is very popular, and then people say, before there's players to fight against each other, no matter what kind of accidents or violence happened, we say that, okay, this game is in order. But if when there's players against each other, or fight against each other, or the audience jump into the court and join the fight, there's no order. So now we understand. So that's my definition. Order, a global order means major powers settle down their disputes and through non-violent approaches. So just now, Yan said that, okay, he said, I found that we can find the different systems, trade system, security system, and a human rights system, or climate system. So he considered how, if we regard every domain have its a different system, then we will see that every domain has its own order. Maybe the order is different from the other domain. That's my understanding. Okay, after we make the definition about what is a global order, then we no longer discuss whether the order exists or the order is absent. Then we need to study the types of order. The same system could be different type of orders. For instance, you come to the military, they have a very strict order, right? And the soldiers have to obey their officers. But come to the university, the students are not that obedient to the professors, the challenge professors. But if they keep the class is going on smoothly, the university is still in order. If you go to the market, you find that the seller and the customer and they bargaining loudly, but no one said this is not in order. There's a still order. So we find that actually when we discuss about global order, the order could be different types, various types. Well, order doesn't mean it's good. Where we have the most stable order in our society? Prison. Prison has the most rigorous and stable order, but we don't like it, right? No one wants to live in such a kind of order. Well, most people like university. University is in order. People want to go to the library. Library's order is very quiet, you enjoy it, but then you have free. You do not need to obey anyone. University is a kind of order. It's a type of order. Prison is a type of order. So the question now we discuss, what type of orders we like, we want to have. What kind of order and we should establish. That's the thing now today we're discussing about. So I think there's also difference between China and the US on what type of order we want. So when Americans said that, hey, we want to have an order based on rule. China said, it's fine, perfect. Because all orders have to based on rule. Without rules, there's no order, right? Without rules, no order. Then China will challenge this concept and say, hey, what type of rules? Prison rules, university rules, market rules, what type of rules? Second, who decided the rules? By majority or by one country? So my understanding, the difference between the US and China is not whether we should have an order based on rules, but based on what type of rules and based on the rules made by whom. That's the fundamental difference. Okay, now, actually, I cannot go through the history for 1,000 years. We just look at this global order, my personal understanding. The global order actually started from the period before the World War I. And the global, if you term the global order, and then just 100 at most 200 years. So we find that through these times, and here, we said that, okay, sorry. And we have to consider, if different type of order, what decided the types of orders? The three elements put together, and the integration of the three factors decided the types of the orders. One is a value. And what kind of value we, as a reference or standard for us to establish norms. So after the Cold War, and the liberalism become a dominant value, so then we'll have globalization. We'll have the free trade. We'll have the marketization. We'll have the democratization, and all of P2P. All of these based on what value? All of the norms based on the value of liberalism. So now, why in the academia circulation we use the term labor order, right? We name it labor order, a type of order. So the value is a very, very crucial element. And because it's a reference or the guidance for setting norms. Establish norms. And why we need norms? Without norms, everyone will behave according to his own will, rather according to regulation. When there's no regulation, and how can you settle down the disputes through peaceful methods? No way. So just all of the sports, and they need the rules. Otherwise, all these sportsmen, they fight against each other. And even the table tennis, you need the rules, right? So the norms is based on the value. We use a value as guidance to establish norms. Use norms for what? To constrain states' behavior. So now, how can we constrain them? We have the institutions. We need to imply these norms to countries. We need this kind of instrument. So now we have the values, norms, and institutions. The three things to compose, decided the types of a global order. Generally speaking, after the World War II, that's my view, I think we have already experienced three types of orders. First is a Cold War. The Cold War is not a liberalist order, not a liberal order. No one call it a liberal order. Certainly, and Eikenberry call it. I know John Eikenberry says that the liberal order started from the end of the World War II. But most people say that no. Cold War is different from what? From the post-Cold War period. No one regarded Cold War and dominated by the globalization. Most people agree the main feature of post-Cold War period is globalization, right? So here, the Cold War, why Cold War different from the post-Cold War order? And because their values are different. And I don't know why the next one shows that. Oh, yes, I have it. During the Cold War, and concerning the value, the capitalism and the communism, there are two important sets of values. Soviet Union advanced a set of value accepted by many countries. America advanced a set of value accepted by many countries. So at that time, why the Cold War we regarded is driven by the ideology confrontation. The reason is that because the two superpowers advanced their values, are different values. So during the Cold War, and you cannot have the unanimous norms. For instance, if Yan talking about the trade norms, and for the Eastern Europeans and the Soviet Union and some socialist countries, trade among them based on a set of norms. That kind of norms never used for the trade between US and the European countries. Right? So the Cold War, we have two sets of values. They confront against each other. And then, during that time, my understanding, norms all hegemonic double standard. So that means the norms only apply to whom? Apply to my friends. Apply to those countries are close to me. Apply to those countries stand at my side. They adopt a different policy, different norms for their enemies. So-called double standard. And then the institution. At that time, even we already have the UN. That's a fundamental institution for the global order after World War II. And in this institution, the power is an asymmetric distribution. Soviet Union is a P5. China becomes one of the P5 after the KMD and was replaced by the ROP replaced by the PRC. And then you find within the P5, the power is asymmetric. Always you find before the 1958, you can find China and the Soviet Union at one side. They're not as strong at the other side. They have 3 votes. They have 2 votes. US, France, and the UK. So actually all these institutions, based on what? Based on this asymmetric power, and then they negotiate to establish norms and apply the norms to the whole world. If these 2 sides cannot agree with each other, and then no norms can be established, no norms can be applied to anyone. That's why there's a lot of proxy war. When there's no norms can be applied to settle down the disputes through peaceful measures, there's a war. That means that there's no order. And fortunately, during the Cold War, there's many proxy wars, but we don't have the major war. That means no global war, no war like the World War I and World War II. So we concern this order. There's an order, but not that desirable, because we don't have the global war, right? So after the Cold War, we come to the post-Cold War period. I call it the order of the globalization. And there's a main feature of this order. And then liberalism becomes the dominant value. Socialist club disappear. So that's my personal view. I think it's a wrong concept to still use the term the West. When East disappear, how can you know you're West? Without East, how can you know where is the West? I must know, okay, this is East, so I'm West. If there's no East, I stand here, I still say I'm West. So West, my understanding, now is a very, very inappropriate term to describe something and which no longer existed. So under this value, and we find after the Cold War, and many norms established based on marketization and democratization, right? So nowadays people are really want to go back to say, hey, look at that. During that period, we could travel freely and with passport go anywhere and no constraint, no medical test. You can go anywhere and attend meetings and no matter where you go. But now you find that you can no longer do that. So the different there's another set of norms based on this value. And then we would find that in all of these institutions, it's a unipolar domination. That means the United States. United States did provide a leadership for post-Cold War order. Why? Because all order based on public goods. Without a country or leading power to provide public goods, you cannot maintain the order. For instance, if the Finland government do not provide the traffic lights, how can you maintain the order in the street? You can't. The same, just like in Ukraine, no one can provide public goods for that country, so they're in the war, there's no order. After the Cold War, now there's a post-Cold War period. After that, I think we move into this period. I call it an uneasy peace. It started from where? That's my view. I think it started from the Brexit, when UK withdraw from the EU. And from then on, 2016, and it followed by what? By the strong deglobalization policy. and shaped up the current main trend of counter-globalization. And the value, liberalism was strongly challenged by whom? By populism. Populism, I do not to argue, populism is already the dominating value, but at least it already challenged the domination of liberalism. And actually this challenge not from the developing country, not from a global south, not from a socialist country or communism or anything. It comes from where? From the so-called Western countries. The populism stepped up, stemmed from what? From the liberal countries, not from the other countries. So now we have the populism and the liberalism compete each other for the domination, and then we find that there's a kind of a disorder. The order is not as stable as we had the last 2 decades. And then we find the norms actually started, and people adopted protectionism. And the protectionism started from the Trump's policy and launched the trade war against China. Since then on, more and more countries adopted what? Protectionism policy. I don't think that there's already formal norms to support or to legitimate protectionist policy or behavior. But it's gradually accepted by many policymakers in major powers. Here, what means deglobalization? Deglobalization means the government adopt a policy, reduce international integration. So people may say, hey, that's what the US did, and because they adopt a decoupling policy. Well, that's because of China and actually do not give the very much freedom to the foreign companies. Wait a minute. How about the EU? EU wants to be the pillar of globalization, but not today. The EU has decided to establish the inter-supply chain in terms of food, medicine, technology, and data, and some other things. I think of 5 fields. I cannot remember all of them. The decision are there. They also worry about what? Worry about the interdependence. They want to shorten the global supply chain, make it a European independent supply chain. So no one blames this. Why? Because all of these countries share this concept. Oh, I'm sorry. They share the idea from the populism, the economic security. Can anyone give me a clear definition? What does it mean, economic security? You can use the term economic security to expel all foreign things, anything. You do not allow the foreign investment. You protect our indigenous enterprises. You can do anything. We do not let the foreigner come in, and we cannot watch the foreign movie because of their intrusion, our national culture. And for the sake of economic security, and then a lot of government adopted deglobalization policy. That means they shorten all the even and totally and stopped the international cooperation. And so then what? We find that in the field of a political domain, like Yan just said, that different domains, you find sovereignty norms coming back. After the Cold War and during the post-Cold War, when liberalism is dominating the world, and then we have developed a new concept, new norms. Human right should be give the first priority. Sovereignty should be give the place to subordinate to human rights. Just now we heard in the first discussion, the commentator said, okay, no, all of the other domains is not important. The most important domain is human rights. My understanding, give the first priority to human rights, it's based on the liberalism. And then they consider sovereignty is not important, should be secondary to human rights. How about now? When Russian said that, okay, we're going to protect the human rights of these Russians in eastern part of the Ukraine. And Europeans, Americans say, wait a minute. We should give the first priority to sovereignty. We must protect every country's territorial sovereignty. Territorial sovereignty is overwhelming human rights. The question is that which one should have the first priority? I don't know. My understanding is that now there's a debate. And then the double standard is coming back. That's a really dependent situation. And when this situation, in situation A, I would prefer give the priority to sovereignty norms, and in the situation B, I will give the priority to human rights norms. So now we come to the new age, a new order. What I think is the main feature is deglobalization. So how about these institutions for implement or apply the norms to the reality, to the country's behavior? Actually, from my side, now is a decentralization of power. That means America's unipolar domination is no longer exist. Americans still have a strong influence in many, many domains, but not all, but not in every domains. And for instance, in trade, China is the largest trade partner of over 130 countries. And the US is also largest trade partner only with 20 something like that. Okay, I have 5 minutes? Okay, good. So now we have a clear, now so I want to make it here, I want to simplify. And now I want to say, we move into new order, certainly China's policies have a strong impact because it's the second largest power. It has the strongest influence on the existing and the coming order. And I will say, China is not Soviet Union. China's impact on the global order are very different from the Soviet Union. So we cannot go back to the Cold War. So during the Cold War, we can see there's geopolitical ideology competition, but now the China-US competition, the content is what? It's digital technology. It's not a geopolitical competition. It's not try to occupy more land to control more countries' regimes. No, that's no longer that. And during the Cold War, the main approach for the competition is a proxy war. But now you see China do not involve in any proxy war. And the last is the relationship. And during the Cold War, US and Soviet Union has a comprehensive isolation. They have no any social connections. But now China and the US still, even they fight, the competition is very serious, but they still keep a huge economic and what? And social connections. Just now, Yan showed you a chart. You see how much China, US export to China growing continuously. Okay, very last part is that what's China's policy impact on the existing order? We can see, first, in the state of the order, I mean whether there's a war or not, I think China strongly emphasizes peaceful coexistence, no use of nuclear weapons. As long as nuclear weapons not used for war, it's very obviously we can prevent direct war between the major powers. That means we can prevent global war. There's maybe some proxy war, but just sporadically and in some area, not widely spread. That's why the war in the Ukraine cannot go beyond the border, just in that country. And then we see about the value. And here China maintained a basic order, has said that we are against the use water and threatening use water. Values, China opposing ideological rivalry, do not export China's model to restrain the ideological tensions between the major powers. China said that we do have different approach for modernization. We think it's the right way to do that because it's another choice to achieve the modernization. But we do not ask others to copy us. And also, we do not want to force people to follow this suit. We do not use our military force to impose this model to other countries. So I don't think that this is different. And the norms, China actually strongly suggested non-intervention of the internal affairs and adopt a dual circulation strategy to continue the international cooperation. Finally, China siding with the South is very clearly, although China has already not that poor as most of developing countries, but China still wants to keep that identity as a developing country. But China do establish some new institutions, like the AIIB and like the BRICS. So China established some new institutions, want to make the world order and not dominated by the US only. So that's it. So finally, the very, very finally, last minute, I would want to argue we are really in a very awful period. The world is not moving forward. The world is make a U-turn. And time goes unilinearly. Technology progress unilinearly. Economy developed unilinearly. But if you look at the global order, before World War I, we have a century of the peace. World War I, no order. Then after World War I, we have order. And then we go to World War II, no order. Order disappear. The absence of order. And then we'll have Cold War is better, much better than Cold War, although there's a proxy war. And then we'll have a post-Cold War is the most desirable order we experienced in the last 100 years. And now we are making what? Retrogress instead of progress. How far we will go? I don't know. I just argue that it will make a retrogress, but not go to the Cold War. I think this has gone too far. It should be just stop here. And it won't go to the Cold War, but it's definitely cannot continue the globalization. Well, I hope all of us, if you really feel we're in a period not that desirable, we want to have a better order, we need to work together to consider how to make the counter-globalization make a U-turn, turn back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Yen, for this excellent presentation. I think it was in many ways complementary to what we have heard in panel 1 from a discussion on the coexistence of different global orders in panel 1 to your own, let's say, more historical take on different types of orders. Now, in the interest of time, I would propose that we immediately move on to our two discussants for this panel. And the first discussant is Yu Jie, and I hope I pronounced that correctly. She is a Senior Research Fellow on China at the Asia Pacific Program, Chatham House in the UK. Dr. Yu, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me well. I'm really delighted to be here. Firstly, let me thank the colleagues from Finnish Institute for International Affairs to have invited me to be here, and it's really my maiden trip to Finland. Now, secondly, also let me congratulate Professor Matlin to be able to establish a Center for Global Orders and China in such contesting and also timely manner as well. And also thirdly, I mean, it's a huge privilege to have me in here, being a student of international affairs, to share the stage with one of the most distinguished professors on international relations of my country. So, Professor Yan, thank you so much for that very interesting lecture we had in here. Now, there's so much to be discussed in here, and quite often, after my spending 20 years in UK, and quite often the questions have been posed by many of Western governments, G7 countries, is what exactly China wants? That's the most question I got quite oftenly. Now, really three things come to my mind, given my field is really on economic diplomacy. Firstly, obviously, is that China to be able to have a say on the global governance on international institutions, as what Professor Yan just argued, that sense of decentralization of power, because the current order, the current international institutions are really established at a time when, after the end of the Second World War, and hence a large number of the Global South countries, including China, including India, and several others, would like to have a bigger voices and extra chairs on the table. So that is one thing that China wants, which is not much differences compared with many other Global South countries. Now, second interesting element in here, again, I think China is not alone. I think India is also making a very similar argument in here as well by saying that they would like to be the leader of the Global South, again, to creating a different institutions, and those institutions are not exactly follow the rule of Washington consensus-led institutions. Now, very thirdly, while in this panel, we're talking about the domestic influence of Chinese foreign affairs, and that perhaps is one of the interesting linkage in here. It is actually what Beijing prefer. It is prefer to establishing a benign international environment that will be able to fostering its economic growth and hence to justify the party's governing legitimacy. So I think the very last element in here seems to be quite contested in the recent years, given the slowing down of the Chinese economy, given the rather chaotic COVID policies we had in here. So quite interestingly, the third element, and also came to my mind, is that Professor Yan was talking about deglobalization. And what I also felt that seems to be China is not alone for this procedure. While Europeans are talking about strategy autonomy, while America is talking about recreating industrialization, have the IRA, the Industrial Production Act, being introduced. That seems to be China also taking that route of the so-called dual circulation and also having that sense of integrated approach on national security. So in the past, while we're talking about national security, which apply for many other countries, not just China in here, that is about intelligence gathering, that is about national interest. Whereas these days, we're talking about national security, that seems to be much broader than the concepts such as financial stability, food security, and energy security that also become part of the national security as well. And Chinese government take very similar lenses for this at the same time. Now, it comes to a quite interesting time that we're now having this, the National People's Congress taking place in Beijing, and also 6 months ago, the 20th Party Congress. And one takeaway which I got in here, quite interestingly, it is that while we're talking about the Chinese economy, and perhaps what Beijing really wanted to do, it is no longer building an economic model that is just based on double-digit growth and through property sector, through heavy investment on infrastructures and so on and so forth. But instead, I think Beijing is now pivot towards to be able to achieve that sense of technology champion and to achieve that sense of technology prowess in order to guarantee its own survival, precisely because of the competition between Beijing and Washington these days. As Professor Yan said, it is not really based on ideology. Well, yes, partially it is based on ideology, for sure, because the two, one is bipartisan system, the other one is one-party state. But on the other hand, I think largely it is also depending on scientific competition, that who will be able to own that sense of technology, to have the monopoly of the cutting-edge technology. And that seems to be the great power competition will be unfold in years to come. So all that added together, and what are we going to have? So we're now perhaps going to have a China that has now become more inward-looking, that is more interested in managing its own domestic economic affairs rather than just extending its economic influence or global influence beyond this border. So, for example, while we're talking about the Belt and Road Initiative in the past few years, in the past 9 years, and of course, it has been really a mixed result between, on the one hand, somehow creating issues on that, whereas on the other hand, there was also environmental criticisms towards Beijing on that. But on the other hand, and Beijing also realized it seems to be the way how it operates the Belt and Road Initiative or any other development initiative that seems to be no longer really sustainable in terms of the financial figures, in terms of the economic growth for itself. So if China began to turn inward and much of the financial and economic sources and perhaps have to pivot back home. So that is one very key element of the domestic influence, domestic economic influence of the Chinese foreign policy. Now, the second element in here, which I consider is also quite crucial, is that sense of the public opinion and how the public opinion has really shaped the Chinese foreign policy agenda. Now, many of you would argue that, yes, perhaps it's a one-party state and hence everything will be decided by the Chinese leader himself. But however, I think the reality is that there would be different channels and different sources, and to be able to shape the foreign policy agenda. So public opinion is one of those as well. I mean, I'll give you a very clear example. I'm sure you all followed that last summer when Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan. Many of the Chinese citizens believe perhaps the government should really show its iron fist. Perhaps the Chinese will really shutting down the flight, but that did not happen. It's precisely because I think Beijing realized the danger of doing that and hence did not really follow the public opinion. But nevertheless, it's really to show you that how strong the public opinion has been in terms of shaping the foreign policy in this case. So these are very two key elements to be able to shape China's foreign policy. Now, very third element in here, which is about, you're going to remember China is a country with 1.4 billion population. It is more like a continent rather than a country, with 34 different provinces. So each province has its own different center of economy. For example, the provinces such as Yunnan in the southwest, that are more in line, more in tune with the economy in Myanmar. And for example, the provinces of in Manchuria in northeast, that seems to be more in line together, to work together with North Korea and Russia. So there's all different economic centers as well. So it's not exactly just Beijing decide one thing and hence everyone should follow. So there's a different interest, different economic structure, and also different economic governance style within the country. And again, that made up to another element of the domestic sources of the Chinese foreign policy. Now, I think that really, finally, the central challenge for the Chinese foreign policy maker and also for the rest of the world is try to understand China's intentions and ambition. But also, it's about the perception towards China. Because ultimately, whatever the initiative, irrespective of it's a global development initiative or global security initiative, whatever initiative that China put forward to, it is not largely depending on China's financial capitals and political willingnesses, but largely it is also depends on the perceptions the rest of the world has on China and the policymakers acting on those perceptions. So for me, that perhaps will be really the central challenge to get what China wants. It's not exactly just a China-centered world, but actually, as we're now in the multipolar world and have different poles of powers, and that seems to be the answer, try to find the common solutions rather than feel itself being isolated. I mean, 50 years ago, Richard Nixon went to China and hoping that world would become more united than divided. But unfortunately, the world we are in now in 2023, that seems to be the large division it seems to be going to continue. So on that very sober note, I much look forward to hear your questions and comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yu, for these expert comments, and thank you also for answering the question of what China wants in world politics, because I think it's one of the most frequently heard questions in recent years, and I would also be very interested in hearing further what Professor Yen has to say about that. But now we move on to our next discussant, and that is FIA's very own Jyrki Kallio. He is Senior Research Fellow. And I think it's no exaggeration to say that he is one of the main lighthouses in the field of China studies in Finland and beyond. Jyrki, floor is yours.
Distinguished participants, thank you, Professor Yen, for your very interesting presentation. Like you, dear, I also feel extremely privileged to be here sharing the same panel with you. I would like to continue on the theme of values that came up in your presentation. Now, Professor Yen said that China opposes ideological rivalry and supports non-intervention in others' internal affairs. Now, where do these Chinese preferences come from? Are they only a reflection of the realities and rivalries of the contemporary world? Or do they grow from the soil of China's domestic tradition? Yu Jie also very importantly took up the role of public opinion. Also, we need to think of the question, is there a China model for China to export if it so wished? Now, I'd like to start by going back to a declaration published by Renmin Ribao, the People's Daily, in January 2018. It stated two things. First, prospects for China are great, and China should grasp the opportunity. Second, opportunity is not only about the right time or occasion, but also about chance. This was echoing what Xi Jinping had said earlier, namely that chance is not the same as luck, but rather making one's own destiny. This declaration may have been a rallying cry for the infamous wolf warrior diplomats. It was also followed by a search of articles and opinion pieces discussing China's role in the international arena. They included, although perhaps not directly related to the declaration, by two articles by Professor Yen. Now, Professor Yen has published extensively on the theme of the benefits of ancient Chinese thought for modern Chinese power. His most famous theoretical contribution in the field of IR studies, namely moral realism. Now, I find these two articles published in 2018 rather illustrative of his thought. Professor Yen published first an opinion piece stating that China's preference is peaceful competition, not rivalry. Even if the US wanted to start a Cold War, it takes two to tango, and China is holding a responsible line. Now, I wonder if Professor Yen saw the danger of the wolf warrior diplomats lurking, and that was the reason for this opinion piece. Second, he published an academic article which underlined the desirability of humane authority instead of hegemony based on force. Now, Professor Yen bases this thought on the ancient Chinese ideal of Wang Dao, the way of true kings. It's a Confucian concept referring to a king who relies on morale, not physical force. In other words, it means that the king could make other states to yield under his rulership through his high virtue and morality. The opposite way of the way of the true kings was hegemony through force, Ba Dao. Yen argues that China's foreign policy was traditionally based on the way of the true kings, and therefore China has traditionally not aimed to become a hegemonial power. However, if I understand correctly, You, Professor Yen, seem to think that moral realism is not applicable as a description of China's foreign policy today. It could perhaps be said that China is not following the way of the true kings. So my first question to you is, do you think so, and why? What would it take for moral realism to become relevant? Now, furthermore, if I understand correctly, Professor Yen admits that there currently is rivalry between the great powers, and according to him, cultural competition is an important element in that rivalry. When talking about cultures and civilizations, one has to talk about concepts that define them. And concepts are often notoriously difficult to translate from one culture to another. This is actually something that Professor Johnston has highlighted as a reason why there have been serious misunderstandings about China's intentions in the US. And the concepts also change over time. During his lecture at the University of Helsinki earlier this week, Professor Yen remarked that there is no universal definition of democracy, and therefore there are different, perhaps equally valid models of democracy in action. Now, in the second article in 2018, Professor Yen also suggested a new set of values which could form the basis of humane authority globally. In his view, traditional Chinese values, such as benevolence, righteousness, and rights, may amalgamate with liberalist values, such as equality, democracy, and freedom, and produce a new set of modern values of humane authority. Equality would thus become fairness, democracy would become justice, and freedom would become civility. The traditional Chinese values just mentioned are actually ancient Confucian values. And interestingly, there has been a revival of tradition in China, and there is a small group of intellectuals whose ideology has been dubbed mainland New Confucianism, 大陆新儒学. Its supporters are nurturing Chinese self-confidence and exceptionalism in a way that fits very well with the Communist Party's efforts to nurture national self-pride and self-reliance. However, this revival of Confucianism in China has been slowing down. And while some 10 years ago, there were even voices calling for the Communist Party of China to become the Confucian Party of China, that is not going to happen. So here my question to you, Professor Yen, is related to the first one, namely the applicability of moral realism as a description of China's foreign policy. Do you still stand by your new set of values of humane authority? And how do you see they could be spread and applied? Now, the Communist Party of China has said that China needs to develop its own international relations theory, because only through theory, China can explain the world in a way that properly describes its ambitions and actions. In other words, China wants more discursive power. However, in my view, many of the new Chinese international relations theories are normative more than descriptive, and some of the theories can also be seen as a form of self-orientalizing, like claiming that China just cannot be explained through Western theories. I think that is the same thing as when the Communist Party is saying that there are no universal values. Instead, nations should have the right to define, for example, human rights by themselves. Now, some of these theorists say that China should show the way to a united world community based on an ancient Confucian ideal. This is something that also is related to Xi Jinping's idea of a common community of common destiny. In this regard, these theorists or the mainland New Confucians are spreading rather populist-sounding ideas that fall in the same category as the Chinese model or the Chinese way of governance 中国之治 taking over the world. There has been this talk in China that there is a Chinese model, there's a Chinese way of governance, and that will take over the world. In other words, I think these all are more like slogans aimed at rallying the population behind the party than actually having real content within them. So I wonder if this is so. And then, if this is so, then what is the ideology guiding China's foreign policy? Now, one might think that in a communist party, that Communist Party's foreign policy should be guided by Marxism. But that is probably not the case either. So my question again to Professor Yen is, so what do you think? Thank you.
Thank you, Jyrki. I think there were three very clear questions there to Professor Yen. So I would like to give you, Professor, the floor now to perhaps respond to Jyrki's questions and also to maybe react to what Yujie said in her remarks as for what China wants. Okay. So if you can try to be concise as concise as possible, try to stick within, let's say, 5 minutes.
First, I want to make a few remarks about what China wants. And obviously, yesterday, we just heard what the Qin Gang, the current Chinese foreign minister, and had a press conference. And the very last question come from the China Daily is that, and how the Chinese young people expect China have a louder voice in the world. And how can we have China have a louder voice in the world, right? And then Qin Gang responded to this. He said, now our voice is still not loud enough because we do not have enough microphones. And most of the microphones, or the major microphones, was in the headman's hand. So my understanding, if you ask me for, this is a very simple answer, but it illustrates what China really wants. It wants to have less criticize. What I mean louder voice, that because China feel, hey, there are too many critics about me. Why I'm wrong? I mean, what's wrong I made? I didn't make any mistake. Why you always criticize me? So the Qin Gang, yesterday, when he answered the question about China's policy toward Ukraine, he said, hey, the war in Ukraine is not started by China. We did not initiate the war. We have not related with any factors and for the occurrence of the war. Why you come to me and then criticize China? So I think one of the, if I summarize this very simply, and China wants a kind of a respect accordingly with his current international status. So China feel I'm not respected enough, but I already undertake so many international responsibilities. I donate more money for world peace. I send most soldiers to maintain the peacekeeping. But then there's only critiques and no any appreciation. That's what makes China is unhappy. That's what I want to say. And come to the Professor Catlio's question. The very last question: how much moral realism can be spreaded or accepted by the policymakers? My understanding at this moment, and the moral realism should be, I want moral realism to have any influence on our policy making, this theory must be known by the policymakers. By now, I think possibly any policymaker in any country know moral realism, like a professor yourself. So before they know there's a theory, how can you expect the theory have an impact on their decision making? That's impossible. Even they know, And then the second precondition that they have to agree with me. If they think my theory doesn't make sense, they say, no, this is garbage, this is nonsense. They do not agree with me, I still have any impact on them. So at this moment, I do not expect it that much about the influence of my theory. But come to the impact of theory on the policy making, I think there's a logic. In most cases, the world will learn from the victor rather than the loser. So after the Cold War, why so many countries accept the idea of democratization and marketization? Because of American success. American shows to the world, look at that, I have more money than you. I'm wrong? If I'm wrong, why I accumulate more wealth than you? Okay, I'm most stronger than you. But if you're right, why you are weaker than me? So the same, when you have a healthy person here and you tell him how to protect your health, he said, wait a minute, you're so ill, you tell me how to maintain good health. So generally speaking, for the moralism emphasizes the most important approach to provide the leadership for the world is leading by example. Usually, the followers will accept the leadership because they want to follow what the leader did. And that means if the leading power do not behave himself and do not do something in accordance with morality, but ask others, hey, you should be moral, and then you find that you can never become a leading power accepted by the rest of the world. So if you want me a very brief answer, just like that, and later on I will add more to this question, okay?
If you could perhaps still add just one note on what Jyrki said, because here in the West and certainly in the US, well, we tend to think that obviously the Communist Party's foreign policy is guided by Marxism, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So how do you explain this, let's say, contradiction?
I think this question also related to the question about the influence of moral realism in China. By now in China, I forget who said that, you just said that, and we have a 1.4 million population. Yep. You cannot have anyone, any idea, any ideology, no matter how official, you cannot be accepted unanimously by everyone in China. So that's why personally, I do not support the idea to establish a Chinese school of international IR theories. I think in China, for last 3,000 years, and any ideology or theories can represent China. No. Do we call Deng Xiaoping thought as a Chinese school? Do we call Mao Zedong thought Chinese school? Or any Sun Yat-sen's idea, three
principles of the people.
Three principles of people, and represents China? None of them. And because there's always different ideas and ideologies. Just like even in ancient time, we have Confucianism, Taoism, Maoism, and legalism. Today, my understanding, any single ideology can have impact on China's foreign policy making. Related to the question, you find that the Chinese government purposely only apply Marxism to domestic politics and never apply to Marxism to foreign policy. Why? Because the core of Marxism is a struggle, fight against something. But for foreign policy, you want to make friends with others. You want to obtain international support. You fight against everyone, how can you get support from them? So there's a contradiction between the core idea of Marxism and the purpose of the goal of the diplomacy. That's why. So my understanding by now, I cannot summarize with any term to describe the ideology adopted by Chinese government for guiding their foreign policy. But I can remember there's one document and issued in 2010, and the title is peaceful development. My understanding now, the peaceful development is still the core principle and guiding China's foreign policy making.
Thank you. Okay, we have about 20 minutes left now, so I would like to open the floor for questions or comments from the audience. I think we can take maybe 3. Who would like to start? It's 1, 2. Is there a third one? Let's start with the first, yes.
Hi, my name is Niki Sopanen. I'm from the University of Helsinki. Thank you for your interesting lecture. I would have a follow question. Now that the question regarding socialism in relation to Chinese foreign policy is covered, what about Xi Jinping's thought and its influence on Chinese foreign policy?
Okay.
Thank you. Maybe we could take
okay, sure.
2 or 3.
Go ahead.
We go.
Mikko Puustinen from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. Taking up on what Professor Yen mentioned about the concept of economic security, I agree that I think in Finland we are actually thinking over the question of economic security in details, even though we are not talking about in general terms, but that's our problem. But how would you see, especially Professor Yen and Senior Research Fellow Yu, how does China currently define economic security? And if it's difficult to define it, at least, has it changed during the past few years? And if it has it changed greatly or just little? Thank you.
Would there be a third question? Yes.
Hello, thank you. I'm Teivo Teivainen from the University of Helsinki. If the difference of applying Marxism in internal affairs of China and not in international relations is that it refers to struggle, what is the internal struggle in China?
Okay. Thank you. Very concise and clear. Professor Yen, please.
Okay. The first question is that how Chinese government apply the ideology socialism to their policy. My understanding, the socialism, this concept, only apply to the modernization. In China, when they talking about use the term modernization, means the change of China. It doesn't mean the change of the world. So modernization means in the early period and in the 1930s, and when they concerned to modernize the country, means that to catch up with these Europeans, and actually a close neighbor is Japan. They think that Japan is more modernized than China, so a lot of overseas students return from the Japan, and then they said we should follow Japan and to make the country stronger. So early period, modernization means to make the country stronger. And today, the socialism means that, okay, we find a way. Socialism regards a kind of approach to modernize this country. So actually, because this term comes from the Europeans' ideology, so we find that it's a problem. You already have a clear definition for what is socialism, what is not. So a lot of Scandinavian countries come to China, ask me, like, hey, why you're socialism but not us? They think we're more socialism than you. And so we find that there's a problem, and then we have some description about socialism in China. We said the socialism with the Chinese characteristic. And then if you ask me, what does it mean Chinese characteristic? I will tell you, there's no clear definition for that characteristic. But we only know our socialism is different from yours. That's it. Okay, the socialism do not apply to foreign policy because it's for domestic, for modernization, not for modernize the world. That is it. Second is about how China defined the security. I think this is a very good question. In China, there's already a serious debate among the scholars. We now have a term, it's called 总体, the general security. So then the general security covers all domains: economic security, technology security, sovereignty security, regime security, and many, many fields. So now there's a lot of details, but then what's the border between them? I don't know. I don't think anyone in China knows the border between the economic security and the technology security. So which is the technology security, which is economic security, like the Chip 4. America organized the Chip 4 to contain China, prevent China to get the most advanced chips. Is it economic security or technology security? I don't know. I don't think anyone can tell. So at this moment, there's a general concept, but no clear and the definition for all the securities, and no clear explanations about the content of these things. So I would say at this moment, and this concept only for what? For principle, not for policy at this moment. It can be used as a principle, but it's still difficult to transfer the principle into the policy. And the last thing is about the struggle. How can, when we apply to Marxism to domestic issues, so what kind of struggle we consider? Well, you know, when you're talking about a struggle, you always concern the struggle between whom? Between human beings. But actually the term, the struggle, when they applied to in domestic issues, it means you are overcome difficulties of everything, even the difficulties created by God, right? There's a flood, then you have to struggle to resist the flood. There's also struggle. So struggle, the term, and applied to all fields means you use your efforts to resist something is undesirable and to overcome the difficulty to achieve the success. That's it. So if you ask me to what, almost to everything.
Thank you. Dr. Yu?
Yeah, just let me pick up on economic security. Obviously, I mean, in your article, you said economic security seems to be something quite very hard to define, and I entirely agree with in here. But this, so while you said it's the general security concept, whereas I take a different translation in here, I take the so-called integrated national security. So while we're talking about the property sector in China, which make up 25% of the GDP, and does that count as a part of its security if the government cannot manage the property development very well? Yes, that'll be a part of the national security. So that much broaden the horizon, much broaden the concept. That's why the part of the reason, I think the part of changes really come at time when the 14th five-year plan being introduced in China a couple of years ago. I'm talking about introducing this new concept by hoping to using China's own domestic economic growth, economic consumption, and that would lead into a different development model for China. So that, again, that is a part of the integrated security in here. So that is also part of economic security. So we're talking about food security. Absolutely, that's a part of national security as well. I'm not sure if any of you who have followed the NPC, the National People's Congress this week, apart from the headline number of 5% of GDP growth, and quite interestingly, China put forward the amount of the grain that China would like to produce for the 2023. And essentially, that means that China have to guarantee that amount of grain and food in order to feed everyone. So again, that's a part of the national security as well. There's no very clear boundary right now. I mean, there's been very intense debate within China. There's no clear boundary for that at all. Until we receive a white paper to define what is the integrated national security. Until that day, I think this debate will continue. But I think this really has been a changing approach ever since 14th five-year plan being introduced. Now, secondly, you're asking the question on internal struggle. I think I entirely agree with you. It is about overcome the difficulties. And obviously, for China to overcome the biggest difficulties is how to managing a very much debt-laden economy and without really reducing the incomes of millions. And I'll just give you an example. And I think the Chinese premier said very clearly back to 2020, at the moment, there's 60% of the Chinese population still live under $124 salary per month. And that is 60% of the Chinese population. If you do your multiply, you do your math, and you would understand what we mean by lower income. So essentially, the internal struggle, it is how to guarantee a proper resource allocation that will be able to benefit everyone. I think that will become quite pertinent after the COVID reopening. So I think that's really the biggest internal struggle for China.
Okay. Yeah, there was a question about Xi Jinping's foreign policy ideology. Well, obviously, we don't know. So the only way is to look at his actions and what is happening. And then the answer is related to the fact whether we regard pragmatism as an ideology or not. Now, there's another way of looking at it. And I actually, those of you who read Finnish, I recommend that you read the latest issue of Ulkopolitiikka that just was issued today. There's some discussion on this. But I would argue, at least provocatively, that all Chinese leaders since during the modern era, at least starting with Sun Yat-sen and thereafter the communist leaders, their main ideology has been national salvation, 救国主义. And that's just one way of saying, I would say, pragmatism. I think that Xi Jinping's idea of the China dream, the grand rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, is just another form of 救国主义, of national salvation. I don't know if Professor Yen would agree on this or not.
Well, actually, whenever we're talking about ideology, literally, we always need the ism, ISM, after a term. By now, for instance, even during the Deng Xiaoping's period, and Deng Xiaoping disliked the ideology very much, and he said, no, forget this ideology debate. Let's just do what we think is right? So he said, shelf this debate and let's do our work. And actually, even that kind of thought and labeled as a pragmatism. But now, I cannot find any term with ended in ism for the current ideology. So that's why I cannot summarize anything like that. And if I add a little bit thing about this, why we have this concept of general security, but no clear boundary or division about the concept, my understanding, actually, it's not only for China, for the whole world, that there's a lack of quantitative reference. For instance, in 1970s, and there's many articles about economic security, because during the 1970s, and the people have the quantitative reference. For instance, for foreign trade, and when the country's foreign trade within the 10%, people say this is safe. And if within the 30% on one country, people say, okay, it's okay. But when it's over 30%, the trade rely on one country accounts for 30% of your total foreign trade. People say it's over dependence. So they think it's unsafe. Now, we no longer have any quantitative reference to judge our security. The same, how many car accidents and every day should be regarded as safe, and how many regarded as unsafe. Just like COVID-19, how many cases should be regarded as unsafe, and how many is safe. So nowadays, for academia, and actually this is not only academic research, it's really have an impact on policy making. For them to understand what is safe, what is not safe, and they need to know what belongs to, affiliated with the concept of security. Something is not affiliated with the concept of security.
Thank you. I can perhaps add one final question because we're running out of time, and then I'll give the floor for the last time to each of the participants to wrap up. So in the first panel, Professor Johnston alluded to social psychology and the creation of in and out groups in identity formation and the role that that process plays in bringing about exceptionalism. And this is a process that has been happening both in China as well as in the US. Now, when you look at Western countries, and in particular the US under the Biden administration, we have recently very often heard about this division between democracies and authoritarian countries in the world. So what would be your take on this? Maybe we can start in reverse order. Jyrki, you like to start? You have 1 minute each.
Okay, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, so the idea that in the West, that has only become stronger as a result of the Ukraine war, that there is a distinction globally between democracies and authoritarian countries.
Okay, there's certainly some point to that argument, and I think one thing that we need to keep in mind here in Europe is that we tend to look at things from a rather Eurocentric perspective. China is often, playing the card that it's supporting the so-called global South and defending their interests. Now, that might be instrumental, transactional, but there is no sort of saying, no denying the fact that the world and the war in Ukraine, for instance, is looked very differently in different parts of the world, in the global South, than here in the Europe. And that's something that we need to keep in mind when we are looking at what's happening now.
Thanks. Dr. Yu?
Well, I mean, obviously this debate is endless. I mean, ever since we had a sociology in here. But ultimately, I think what we need to be really judged by is to judge how much deliverable each government will be able to offer. So whether either Chinese government or any government, they'll be able to deliver a mandate that they have put forward. So essentially, any government can deliver that so-called social contract in place. So I think the division is less clear-cut. Now, also come back to the security question. I mean, I have the egg analogies in here, is that where now every single country is thinking about putting different eggs in different basket. But the scenario we have right now is about once you already have that already made omelet, and we cannot go back every single eggs. So that's the situation we have right now in terms of security.
Professor Yan, you get the final word.
Okay, I think exceptionalism is a modern term used for the sociologists and the political scientists to describe the US and the first, and now try to apply it to actually China. But my view is that exceptionalism is a quite universal phenomenon, and for those who are have a kind of superiority over others, always think they are exceptional from the ordinary people, and so that means in Chinese we always have this kind of a saying, and you should be keep a low profile, being moderate. Why this kind of a saying and passed down from generation to generation, from parents to children, because that's a human nature. And whenever they make some achievements, they are very proud of themselves and feel they are very special. So in that way, I think this is a kind of nature of a human nature, and just we need to. Professor Kalo said that we should spread the idea of the moral realism, make people understand that, and keeping low profile is kind of a morality, and never be proud of yourself too much, and it's a kind of a morality. And people should always humble to learn from others. Thank you.
I think they are very beautiful words to finish this session on. So it's now time to close. I would like to urge the audience to also stick around for the third panel, not only because it's going to be a really excellent panel chaired by the one and only Mika Aaltola, but also because it will be followed by a cocktail reception. So we take a small break now, and we reconvene in 15 minutes. Thank you very much to the speakers and to the audience.
All right, so welcome back. And I'm so pleased to see that so many of you made the last panel. But I'm sure that you are fully aware that there's some wine after this, so that explains the endurance sustaining. But the discussion so far has been, at least to me, intellectually very stimulating and extremely relevant in today's world when we are talking about weaponization of dependencies. We are talking about decoupling. We are using very lofty concepts in order to decipher what is the future dynamic of the global economy. The title of the last panel kind of tries to frame all of it. Dependencies, the question marks that are emerging, they are seen as danger signs, whereas in the past they were considered to be kind of the key driver for more peaceful world, more democratizing world, liberalizing world. And now we are regarding them as risky business. So what does that mean? We have been discussing dependencies ever since 1980s. I remember the first school books that I was reading on international relations were discussing the topic of asymmetric interdependency. So kind of the lumping of the benefits and costs in the map, how they cluster in certain places and perhaps cause weaknesses in some other places. So that topic is still very hot, increasingly so, in the light of the recent events in Europe, large-scale warfare. Finland is calculating its dependencies. Reports are coming out on various topics, also concerning China. What are our dependencies and what it would mean to decoupling to take place, and what kind of decouplings we have. How is the global economy reshaping? How the globalization itself is changing? Value chains, production chains are shortening. Production is returning to the markets, closer to the markets. So what does that mean? And what type of geo-economic and geopolitical calculations should we enter into? I'm happy that we have a keynote leading us to the topic. Lenita Toivakka, a member of FIA family for multiple years as the board member of FIA, currently Director of International Affairs at the Finland Chamber of Commerce, Country Director of Finland for the International Chamber of Commerce, former Minister, long-serving Member of Parliament. The list is long and she is fully active. I have been in multiple events talking in the same panels with her, so very proactive stance on different crucial policy topics. So Lenita, I would yield the floor to you now.
Thank you. So, dear participants, really good to be here, and thank you for FIA for asking me to this FIA forum this year. And I also really like to take this opportunity to thank you, Finnish Institute of International Affairs, for doing your work. I think it's, it has, the gravity of this has been underlined over the past year, especially. And I think everybody has seen, these people in television and almost every day in Finland. My perspective is a little bit different. I look at it from business side. What it is like to do business in this global order and this global uncertainty that businesses meet all over the world, actually, at the moment. But first, I like to remind a little bit thoughts about Ukraine. Ukraine is still fighting for European values and freedom, and the war can be seen in our everyday lives as energy crisis and increasing cost of living. In Ukraine, the reality of the war will be far-reaching. Devastation, trauma, ruins, to which no comfort as to how and when the war will end. We cannot grow tired. Ukraine still needs our support, and the Russian war has also fundamentally changed the European security environment in a very short time. Companies, business world, many of them have withdrawn from Russia. And I'm really proud to say that Finnish companies are the ones in an exemplary way. But dear participants, the outlook for companies is now particularly foggy, and the uncertainty of world trade is troubling. The business environment has become difficult to predict in a very short period of time. First shock was the pandemic, then the war of aggression started by Russia in Ukraine. The tensions between China and United States appears to grow week by week. China's approach towards the Russian war raises concerns and adds to the overall uncertainty. The Russian war has further strengthened the global divide into blocks between US and China, while accelerating the race for technological dominance. Economy, security, technology, and trade are strongly intertwined at the moment. States are taking a bigger role in world trade in defining strategic trade partnerships and critical dependencies. Sanctions and embargoes guide companies' foreign trade directions, and an increasing number of industries are defined as strategic from the point of view of state security. China's importance in global value chain is significant. In recent decades, companies have increased their presence in China. The growing market and cheap costs have been attractive. It has been thought that the risk can be managed, even though the country is authoritarian. China today has become a more difficult environment to do business. Now both governments and companies are re-evaluating their dependence on China and their China risk. Finland's trade dependence on China is at EU average, according to the recent report that Mika just mentioned, coordinated by the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. According to the same report, we depend on China for several critical raw materials and components. Now it's time to re-examine these dependencies. And when I look at the businesses are increasingly aware of the geopolitical risks, including those related to China. And this is now extremely important. Understanding geopolitics is now essential for every company, every business leader, and every board member. Companies should be vigilant about China. Preparation, assessment of China-related business risks, and especially their diversification, is now important. In many companies, risks related to supply chains are already assessed. Their crisis resilience is examined, and in many companies, steps have also been taken to spread the risks related to production chains. According to a recent study by ETLA, an economic research institute here in Finland, the disruption in function of global value chains has been worse in recent years than at any time during their existence. Global economic networks are breaking up into smaller entities, regionalizing, and value chains are changing. My organization, the Finland Chamber of Commerce Expert Leaders Survey, so-called Vientijohtajakyselyt, from last year, several of them, and the beginning of this year display clearly the changes that have started in companies, which are caused by the growing tensions in the world trade. In this context, I would like to raise 3 topics. The first one is companies are preparing for the future with very foggy prospects. The geopolitical situation has driven companies to prepare for uncertainty and to look for new markets. According to our recent study, 95% of export companies are prepared for various risks. 95%. The high level of pre-preparedness is surprising and shows how important it is to evaluate and, if necessary, change operating methods in the new geopolitical environment. Companies have prepared for geopolitical risks by assessing and diversifying their value and supply chains, by increasing the assessment of political risks in markets that are important to them, and by growing their inventories and starting to export to completely new markets. Right now, each company must do this from the perspective of their own business and value chains. They need to consider the safety level of risk and the impacts of diversifying their operations. And my second topic is the risk assessment of the sustainability of supply chains is currently in progress in many companies. New partners from new countries are being sought after. However, making changes in these production chains is very slow and costly, since finding reliable partners is not easy. This is further complicated by the increase in global companies looking to secure the continuity of their value chains in parallel. The work is slow because it's necessary for companies to evaluate the renewed production chains and suppliers also from the perspective of corporate responsibility. Businesses of all sizes need to think more about who they can trade with, who they can buy from, and how sustainably their products are produced. And my third point is companies want to reduce their dependence on China and spread the risk more widely, as you can see here. Not having all eggs in one basket is a wise piece of advice for companies right now. According to this latest export manager survey of ours, 43% of the companies with dependence on China have reduced or are about to reduce their dependence on China. But you must notice that there is now over 40% of companies who have no business-critical China dependency. And according to this same survey, companies are looking to diversify countries like India, Vietnam, Indonesia, and some countries in Eastern Europe, like Poland, Slovakia, but also Portugal and Finland were mentioned. China is a very important trade partner for Finland, and it's also an important partner for EU and United States. China is dependent on the know-how and technology of the West, both in the EU and in the United States. Trade flows between these regions are very strong and interdependence is high. In the West, policymakers like to talk about decoupling with China. Companies see that it's neither possible nor sensible in all respects. There are still very many opportunities in China. That's why we prefer to talk about de-risking. Controlling climate change is the biggest challenge of our time. Slowing down both climate change and biodiversity loss requires global cooperation. The work for the climate and nature will not be successful without cooperation with China. Currently, the realization and speed of the green transition depends on the raw materials available from China. And changes to these supply chains are possible in the long term, but it takes time. Tensions, trade disputes, even trade wars are strongly present in the everyday life of companies right now. Protectionism is gaining a stronger foothold all over the world. For companies, this means less open and fair competition, more barriers to trade, and rising costs. Open multilateral rule-based world trade does not work at the moment. Globalization is slowing down and trade flows are regionalizing. There are far too few defenders of free trade, also in Europe. I admit to be one of those. And that's why in this context I would like to raise the importance of free trade agreements, which have not been noticed enough in this time of world trade uncertainty. Right now, friends and partners are very precious. They are valuable for companies, but also for governments. For states, they represent partners with whom similar values are shared. For companies, they mean markets with fewer trade barriers and lower tariffs. The EU must now, more active, promote the creation of new agreements and complete unfinished ones. If necessary, one must be ready to give up the level of ambition a little. Free trade agreements are of great importance for securing the sustainability of value and production chains, and even for ensuring the availability of critical raw materials. According to one estimate I heard, about 25% of the critical raw materials needed by the EU can be secured with the help of the EU's current free trade agreements. Only 25%. This figure should be much higher. Finally, the export prospects for Finnish companies are now relatively positive. According to our export manager survey that was made last month, 64% of companies say their export will increase this year. The export prospects are positive, especially due to the green transition and also the energy transition. And Finnish companies are now particularly interested in the United States, Europe, of course. But it can also be seen that companies have become bolder, or they are even hungrier to seek growth outside of familiar export countries. New markets are at the moment actively sought after. The world is full of opportunities for the know-how of Finnish companies, and despite the difficult and uncertain world situation, companies are confident in the growth of export as long as competitiveness factors are in order here in Finland and also in EU. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lenita, on that note, how the Finnish perspective is shaping up when it comes to our interdependencies or dependencies on China, and what is the view of the companies, the businesses that are actually having their tentacles out there and feeling the changing world. It is important to know the actors who are shaping the global economy. But let's have another perspective through a panel discussion. I'm very happy that we have an excellent set of panelists here today with us. I would like to invite Tuuli Koivu, Director, Chief Economist from Nordea, to join us in the panel, as well as Iikka Korhonen, Head of the Bank of Finland's Institute for Emerging Economies, as we know it, POFIT. And then, of course, our very own Mikael Matlin. I think Lenita pointed out some important statistics when it comes to company view, business view on how things are proceeding. But in the panel heading, we have a lofty word that I was referring already, deglobalizing global economy. What is that from your perspective? What are the qualities as well as the quantities? I know that you are all number crunchers as well. So what is actually there? Or is it just a kind of a word that we use in absence of other words? How would you characterize deglobalizing global economy currently? Perhaps we start from Tuuli, your insights.
Yeah. Perhaps my first thought on this topic is that hopefully it's not so much deglobalization. We will certainly diversify the supply chains and businesses in other way than we used to. And we will redirect many of our investments. But I don't still think that we are capable of, at the same time, keeping our rather high level of welfare here in Finland, neither in Europe or in the US, not even in China, if we really started deglobalizing our economies and make this process as a kind of deep one. So I would rather say that it's a kind of new direction, new way of diversifying rather than talking about deglobalization at the moment.
I have been wondering, talking with business leaders, because the bottom line of the company seems to be doing quite well, although we have collided with pandemic situation and now with the war, Russian war. So they are saying that what is needed, I mean, like, we are managing it quite well. So what is cushioning the impact? We have been repeating the word, decoupling and all of the harm that comes from that so many times. It seems that companies are dealing very well when it came to very abrupt decoupling from Russia. So what are how to make sense of that, Tuuli?
That's a good question. I think that has been one of the most positive surprises to the world economy, how companies have been dynamic enough in changing ways of doing things. But obviously, when I talk to Finnish Nordic companies almost every day, I also hear a lot of challenges that they are going through. Absolute number of worked hours has probably increased because one of the reasons for this success story is that people have been working hard trying to find new supply chains. That hasn't been easy. Many companies have had huge challenges. And it's not just the process of deglobalization, it's not just the cut of our economic relations to Russia. At the same time, we have a lot of problems, very strong demand, while supply side of the world economy is more limited. Many bottlenecks in the labor market, both in Euro area, in the US, as a result of all these phenomena, high inflation. All these problems land on companies' table at the same time, and I think it has made actually their work rather challenging. But you cannot judge that from their good results on average. Kind of hides these stories that are much more challenging than the outlook as such. But of course, in all this kind of discussion, we also have to remember that our dependencies on Russia were rather simple after all. If we, obviously for some of our customers, for example, businesses in Russia, with Russia, were really key. And this has been a very difficult 13 months for those companies. But on average, of course, we had a high dependency on energy. But other than that, supply chains were not integrated with the Russian supply chains to the extent that we see, for example, in a global scale or especially with China. So one cannot draw any conclusions. that we survive from cutting our ties with Russia. Perhaps we should, or we could be able to survive cutting our ties with China. I'm not at all that optimistic. I think it's vice versa. I mean, China is completely different player in the global economy, and I will give floor also to other speakers now. But when I look at the global economy and sitting in the dealing room, obviously the whole atmosphere of the global economy and the stance in the financial market still relies on a basic assumption that China is part of the global economy. We will do a lot of business with China, and China will continue to grow. I mean, that's kind of the background for all the fluctuations then around that major assumption in the financial markets.
Ika, I know that you know these things extremely well, and you're called to Finnish media quite often to explain what is actually happening versus what has been the expectations when it comes to the collapse of Russian economy and also different other issues, economic issues. How do you see, what does the word deglobalizing mean? Is it what Lenita was saying, kind of a regionalization of economies, that you have more of these hub and spoke systems that are overlapping in some ways, but they are becoming distinct as well? How do you see, what does that word mean for you?
Well, I guess that's the $1 billion or billion renminbi question. Well, first of all, if you look at just trade numbers, the volume of global trade reached its all-time peak last year. So in that sense, we have not been deglobalizing. At the same time, we have one country, one G20 country, Russia, cutting itself out basically from more than half of the global GDP via its own actions. And then especially in high-tech sectors, we are seeing more and more sort of fractures between US and China, between other countries, other players and China. So that, I think, is one part where deglobalization is actually happening. But then on the production networks and hub and spoke models, actually even during these sort of golden years of globalization, most of the production networks were regional. So they were either in Europe, centered around Germany, for example, or in Asia, centered around China, or in North America, centered around US. And I don't see that actually changing at all.
So perhaps the change has been overemphasized, and because of that, the expectations were a little bit misleading in the first place. You mentioned high-tech as one area where the actual deglobalization might be taking place, that the security requirements, new regulations, also sanctions regimes force changes in the supply chains, in the production chains, in the value chains. But is that limited, or is that a growing trend that is happening in the highest value added products like 5G networks?
I think that's is a growing trend, and where the limit is then, well, I don't know. And of course, we have had similar features also in, say, data flows, that those have been limited up until, already from several years now. I do think this is an area where we will see more action, perhaps first from the US, but then other countries will sort of need to either pick sides or make their own actions in the area. I mean, in Japan, the government is now actually subsidizing companies if they set up production facilities that replicate what they have in China, if they do it outside China. So I think, I don't know if the EU wants to do this, but this is one example of an approach that clearly has no sort of economic rationale, but an understanding of certain sort of economic security might drive other countries to do something similar.
That's interesting, and that takes me to you, Mikael. That idea of having to pick sides. Clearly, US is returning some of the production back to US soil through sanction systems and various other regulatory measures. How do you see the kind of the European position when it comes to Chinese components in the kind of high value added security sensitive systems?
Yeah, it's tricky for a number of regions and countries actually, because there are many who previously at least preferred not to pick sides. I can think of in Asia, for example, of Australia or Singapore, that very much preferred to have, for example, certain types of security ties with the US, but being very and much more reliant or dependent on China than we ever have been here. And to some extent that used to maybe apply also to the EU, that up until a few years ago, we didn't see it as very necessary or desirable to pick sides. And we're not in a good position in general in the EU with regard to a lot of different areas, technology being one of them, because we have essentially in the technology field sort of two competing ecosystems, one of which is based on the Silicon Valley, and the second one, Zhongguancun, or whatever we want to call it, the one based around Chinese technological companies. We don't have the same kind of ecosystem in Europe, unfortunately, at the moment. And as the saying often goes, and as Anu Bradford, a professor based in California, has written in her book that the EU has been good at regulating and the Brussels effect and so on, but not necessarily so good at creating its own champions. And I could go on. There are many other weaknesses that we have as well, comparatively speaking. We lack, even though we have the internal market, but it's not the internal market maybe in the sense that the US is an internal market. We lack, where we have critical dependencies with regard to these critical raw materials, semiconductors, and so on. So, yeah.
Yes, but how about kind of the more pessimistic scenarios that are often repeated in media headlines? If there would be something happening between Taiwan and China, whether or not the timeline is 2040s or 2020s, end of it, some kind of a military action or attempt by China to embargo Taiwan. If the decoupling would actually be abrupt, even though it doesn't make any economic sense, sometimes things do happen in world politics. Irrationalities, as we have seen lately, do happen. So how would we survive that?
Well, if I briefly continue, I think people have actually tried to estimate it recently. I didn't see the details very or I didn't have the time to go into depth into one of these studies, but one that I saw the headline of was that the immediate impact, and this was not even accounting for secondary effects or indirect effects, would be something on the in the sort of a ballpark of $2,000 billion US dollars if there would be a disruption of those trade links in the Taiwan Strait, sort of a abrupt disruption. So whether that is true or not, I don't know. But this goes back also to what Tuuli was saying before that. This is really the nightmare scenario. This would be way beyond anything that we have seen with disruption with regard to trade with Russia.
Yeah, that would be quite something. Ilkka.
Actually, I'll continue on that. At the IMF, they have published a number of papers trying to look at the economic effects of just the sort of technological decoupling. If the world becomes sort of islands of 2 or 3 sort of technological sort of self-centered and self-contained areas, even that would, in the long run, decrease our welfare quite a bit, between 5 and 10% in comparison to status quo. So, I mean, in that sense, cooperation, exchange of ideas, exchange of products and services is good and increases our welfare. And I mean, just an anecdote, if you look what has happened now in Russia, I just saw a study looking at the scientific papers coming out of Russia. Their international cooperation has decreased more than 70%, I mean, across the board. I mean, obviously with Ukrainians, 100%, but more than 50% also with Indians and Russians, Chinese and so on. So this kind of decoupling will have many kinds of implications that we sort of are not aware, I mean, not immediately aware of.
I was just coming last weekend in India, and they are one of the countries that wants to keep their cards very close to their chest, don't want to reveal, because they don't need to do that. And of course, Americans and Europeans are a little bit putting pressure on them when it comes to choosing or picking sides in this situation. But there's no, they don't see any point in that. But then again, things are happening. When I read the trade statistics from last year between China and Russia, trade is increasing. Imports and exports are increasing between 20 and 30%. So clearly there's something happening between China and Russia that might then have implications when it comes to kind of regulations, sanction systems. The fear of China also giving up weapons to Russia. How do you see this? This is not like the Taiwan Strait scenario. Kind of a magnitude is different, but still it has repercussions.
Well, that's, I think, is definitely one of the reasons why we saw in Lenita's statistics and survey that so many companies are reconsidering their risks related to China. That is not the only reason. The war that we have in Europe, a pandemic, of course, already led to many companies to rethink their supply chains, thinking whether they could make them simpler or bring them closer to customers. Obviously, then there is trade war with the different kind of security requirements, etc., etc. And many companies obviously recognize that the way of seeing, like Jyrki pointed out exactly in the previous session, the way how we see the war in Europe is very different how people see the war all around the world. But many of our companies obviously have their customers here, and their customers see the war how we see it in Europe, and it's a catastrophe, it's a nightmare. And many of the Nordic companies then, of course, need to react to that and think what are their customers thinking, and what could be the next step. And I think companies are absolutely right. They are preparing for different type of scenarios. It's always good to consider your risks, decrease them if you think that they are too excessive. And I think what is very important to distinguish is these risks that companies are reducing themselves. They have business perspective and they do it based on the market economy. But then, of course, we also need to rethink of some of our critical dependencies on not only on China, but also on many other countries. And that is much more a political discussion. But as an economist, I would like to kind of make a big difference between these two categories and at the same time keep these critically seen dependencies and the political discussion. I hope that will consider or touch as small part of the economy as possible, because that will be very costly. It will, by definition, as Ika mentioned, decrease our welfare. And us as taxpayers, as consumers, households, we will be the ones, after all, paying it. So we have to make a huge, a clear difference between these discussions. But at the same time, I understand very well that companies are preparing themselves because the risk scenarios that they see, they have changed completely prior to the years pre-pandemic. But it's not just the war that we have, there are many reasons. And obviously technological development has also encouraged some companies to change their supply chains. If you can digitalize, you can automate, you can use robots, it's not necessity anymore to have all your production in a country where labor costs are so low. The factories that are coming back or coming to other countries are not the same ones that we once took to China 20 years ago. And they are not even the same in China nowadays. I mean, labor costs have been increasing a lot in China during these years as well. So these are really complex things. And I think it's one has to carefully define about what kind of dependencies and risk we are talking about.
Yes, the kind of it's also interesting how it changes the kind of the production sites. In the 1970s, the trend started that production shifted to East Asia, mainly to China. Now it seems to be moving to Vietnam, to India. Ika, how would you see this kind of the next stage of perhaps not deglobalization, but next stage of globalization that you seek out new alternatives?
But yes, exactly. And as Tuuli said, it's not just about the sort of geopolitical risks and companies preparing for them. The fact is that the Chinese wage levels have grown, and good for them. I mean, this is one part of everybody growing richer at the same time. So then now some things that previously were manufactured in China, it's not, financially possible to do that. So they go to Vietnam, Laos, Bangladesh, and so on, and that hopefully will bring the people in those countries opportunity to increase their welfare. So in that sense, it's win-win. At the same time, obviously, companies will reduce their dependency on any one supplier or any one supplier country. And to add that, actually many of the companies shifting production from China are Chinese. So also for them, it now makes more sense to shift the sort of lower value-added parts of the production network to some other places, and Vietnam especially is very well placed. It takes part in every free trade agreement in Asia. It has a free trade agreement with the EU and so on. So it's actually very well placed to take advantage of this.
Yes, that is a good point, that they actually, like in the case of Apple, for example, they are subcontractors, Chinese subcontractors or Taiwanese subcontractors who are moving their production elsewhere. How do you see that, Mikael, affecting Chinese economy? The wages are rising, population size is shrinking in the future. So does that change the kind of the societal agreement in China, or is it just a kind of a incrementally happening change, or is it going to be a fast one?
Well, it depends a little bit. I mean, there are also many things happening at the same time now. I would say that there are some stresses on the social contract, at least the previous basis for the social contract in China at the moment, and for a number of different reasons. Some related to the pandemic, some related to the sort of structural transformation of the Chinese economy, some related to demographics, and specifically, for example, the very high youth unemployment and so on. So it's often been said that one of the sort of basis for legitimacy of the party was this sort of tacit understanding that we allow you to get rich, to get wealthy, and to get more and more sort of a space in your private life, in your own life, in your family's life, And as long as you don't sort of get too involved or make too direct claims on the political system. And so I wouldn't say that it's only that. I would say there's many things going on at the same time now in Chinese society that put question marks on this. And just as a generational experience, the ones, the young Chinese now who are graduating from university are encountering a very different environment from the ones that came before, let's say 10 or 20 years ago. And one of the things that I've been thinking very much about and heard also colleagues pondering is to what extent this relatively optimistic view on the future, not just the future of your country, but your own future, is changing now. Because that's the kind of the thing that we maybe saw earlier in our experience of encountering, let's say 10, 15 years ago, our Chinese interlocutor when Europe was experiencing a lot of problems, debt crisis and so on, and looked more bleak here, whereas it seemed that China was doing fine. Is this changing now? And if it is, it may have large effects.
Yes, it is interesting. So would there be an attraction for China to do what Putin did around 2010, 2011, when the weight of Russian wallet wasn't increasing anymore, to increase the weightiness of the motherland, to introduce more nationalism into the system, kind of compensating for the lack of riches with a feeling of weighty nation?
Well, it's been pondered as long as I remember. I mean, when I started out, this was already a discussion in the 90s that this is going to be increasingly something that takes the place when you don't have ideological Marxism or communism anymore. There's a sort of a void in terms of values. What's going to fill it? Well, one is to get rich and focus on your own life. The other one that was suggested is nationalism. And to some extent, that happened already in the early 90s. Patriotic education, for example, was emphasized and so on. But has there been something fundamental changing in recent years with regard to that? I mean, certain trends we see now happening, which is very similar to what we have here. I mean, discussion is similar. We fear dependencies on China. China fears dependencies on the West. So economic security, as we heard Professor Yen talk about, the same discussion there as well. But more as a response, as a defensive reaction maybe to what has been coming from outside. So if you saw, for example, I read the papers coming out of the Party Congress, one of the things that really struck me at least is how much it was about security. I think I counted something like 15 different notions of security there: food security, economic security, what have you not. So turning inwards, yes, and turning towards protecting and maybe historically that has tended to go a little bit hand in hand also with nationalism then, and emphasizing more the domestic.
Yes, it seems to be a very worldwide phenomena. Perhaps it is connected to deglobalization. I don't know what is chicken and what is egg, but multiple things happening at the same time. But Tuuli wanted to say something strongly opposing what Mikael.
Not opposing at all, but continuing as Mikael said about the slower growth prospects, increasing regulation. The business environment in China obviously is becoming much more challenging for many companies. And one obvious conclusion from that is that there's not like one model that fits to all Nordic companies, for example, anymore when they think about going and making business in China or investing in China, as it used to be perhaps. The sectoral prospects vary a lot. Each company has to make its own analysis. For many companies, China obviously also provides a lot of possibilities. It's sometimes quite funny while I follow both Euro area and China, and then when I listen to China economists, they are so desperate, only 3% growth in 10 years perspective or so. I'm used to 0 or 1% here in Euro area, so there are still, I mean, everything is relative, and for many companies we also have to remember that China still provides a lot of possibilities, but it's not one model that fits all the companies anymore. You have to really do your homework, know where you find the growth prospects, what kind of sectors current leaders in China support, where foreign companies are gaining access, which type of production is then hindered by, or at least exports are hindered by trade war, etc., etc. So there's much more like homework to do for companies when they think about the business opportunities in China.
Yes, and also what China effect and the worries, increasing worries connected to that. What opportunities that creates? Decoupling also has opportunities in it. Let's say there are some major companies in Sweden and Finland who master the 5G, 6G networks. Should they be seeing in the kind of increasing securitization and shortening of the production chains? Should they see huge opportunities?
I think the CEO of Nokia was quite explicit that this is exactly the case.
Yeah. Yes.
No, but one thing that I know that there are some business people in the room as well. One thing that I have tried to encourage Finnish Nordic businesses is that now that we know that there are strong political reasons in the EU to decouple in some sectors, and some production will be brought close to either inside the EU or like-minded countries. I think knowing a little bit how public sector, how EU Commission works from my own background, it would be extremely important that the Finnish businesses, for example, come up with ideas how cost efficiently we can make our own production, get rid of some critical dependencies, what kind of models there could be. Because what I'm afraid of is that some of our companies may be waiting for instructions coming from EU Commission, and then, it was France and Germany lobbying again, and now small companies or smaller countries do not have similar access, or at least those models were not built according to our standards or the way we would like to do them. So I very much encourage that Finnish business people, Finnish business communities, companies themselves come up with different type of models, hopefully cost efficient as a taxpayer, and take the chance and go to EU Commission, because I know from my background that they don't have resources to develop market-based systems here. They are really happy to receive all good ideas. Of course, then other countries and bigger countries will lobby. But anyway, we have tried, and there's a good chance that at least some parts of those mechanisms will be at the final plans, actually.
So you are suggesting that we should be more proactive and not just
definitely.
wait
Yes,
in the lines.
Definitely. Yeah.
Mikael, how would you respond to that? It wasn't strong criticism towards you, but kind of complimenting what you said.
Yeah, no, I'm just picking up the gauntlet here. I mean, one thing that we have been in my own academic research project looking at as a starting point really was for it, that how are small states like Finland, like Sweden, like the Netherlands, for example, small, relatively open economies that used to thrive in, at least the corporate sector used to thrive, not necessarily always the broader national economy, but the corporate sector have been doing relatively well in an environment that I think Professor Johnston described as not a free market, but a free-ish or something like that, free-ish market. This was an environment that was well suited for our companies. And it seems that we are, for many reasons now, moving into another direction where it is not only China, but it is the United States, and it is also the big EU member states that are all pushing in the same direction, whether you want to call it protections or whatever. But the kinds of issues that then come to the front is really industrial policy, industrial strategy on a national level, subsidies in various forms, barriers to trade, and so on. And this is sort of, at least from the starting point, it's not an environment that is very good maybe for our companies. How do they navigate in these treacherous waters? And we have already, when we talk about, for example, Germany, already now, as far as I understand, a much higher level of support for industry to begin with than, for example, Finland has for Finnish companies. So we're not on a level playing field. It's not a very equal situation. And then add on top of that, then the United States and their own sort of strategies to win this strategical economic competition, IRAs and so on. So it's a tricky environment.
Good point. Ika, you look very agitated.
Yeah. On this, just to continue on, I mean, we are now seeing also in the US the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which is, of course, has nothing to do with inflation, which is basically an instrument for subsidizing more investment also from outside the US, in the US, in certain targeted sectors. So now we have Volkswagen thinking of whether the battery factory that they were planning for somewhere in Eastern Europe would actually go to US if they would get 10 billion euros worth of subsidies during some fairly short period of time. Okay, if you have something like that on the offer, then I think the CEO will have, well, I mean, it would be a hard time to convince his or her shareholders that I chose Slovakia because I like the country. And now, of course, next week, EU will come out with the Net Zero Industry Act, which most likely will include something similar. So I think we are really on a dangerous slippery slope here on sort of trying to sort of top each other with subsidies in various sectors. I think that this is an area where more cooperation and some sort of agreement would be, of course, very beneficial.
So, Mikael, how do you see it? Is it kind of strategic gaming, competition, rivalry, or is it kind of a states deciding for various impulsive reasons to go into further regulation? Protectionism was mentioned in here. So are we seeing kind of a clever gaming or impulsive actions? What are the drivers of all of this?
Maybe I would refer here, or should refer here again to Professor Johnston and this perhaps a little bit the lack of self-reflection of the role that we ourselves play in generating this. If you want to create a world of geostrategic competition, then we are going to create it. We will create it step by step, because it's a tit-for-tat world in a way, in the economic or strategic sphere, whatever you want to call it, whereby actions taken by the United States lead to actions taken by China, which lead to actions taken by maybe the EU, and on it goes. So the spiraling sort of downwards, if you will, that I'm not sure where it's going to end. So I'm referring actually to Professor Yen here. There's no boundary on economic security, on the concept. There's no end to it. Anything can be that, and you saw it again in the Party Congress documents. So everything is now about security also in China, including the Chinese economy. So if you all start thinking like this, then we're going to be afraid of our shadows at some point, because they might be dangerous.
So kind of that we are creating a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Indeed.
But if that's the fact of life, you know, if it is regressive, downward spiraling thing, what is there to stop it?
Well, things have been stopped before. I mean, I was a kid during the end of the Cold War, And I still remember, I think I still remember at least seeing the cars of President Reagan and Gorbachev come to Helsinki, and they had met before that, I think. And that was a very dangerous time. I mean, one of the most dangerous moments of the Cold War was probably 1983, around that time. And just after that, they realized that, hey, we need to do something about it. So it's humanly created, and it can be humanly also at least slowed down to start with, and maybe turned around at some point, if you want to be optimistic. But at least prevent it from progressing too far.
Yes, and by too far you mean also the military aspects of what is happening?
Yes, exactly, because this is where I'm very uncomfortable with where this leads, because at the end of where I have a hunch it leads is major military conflict.
Yes.
It may not come next year, or the year after that, or even in 5 years' time. But at the end of this line, if you continue onwards, we very well may be seeing major military conflict between the great powers.
Yes. Yeah, it seems that war has made a return, and bad omens are here and there. Tuuli, you're going to remark on that, but the audience, we need to open up questions to the audience as well, so prepare your questioning muscles, flex them a bit. Now I allow Tuuli to remark on what Mikael just said. Something came to your mind.
One thing that came to my mind when I heard the word military power is very strong increase in research and development activities in China and in the US. And I see that as a kind of silver lining, but also a kind of repeat from the Cold War. When Soviet Union and the US especially were investing a lot into new technology. And actually what happened was that we got a lot of innovations and pretty high productivity growth in our economies. And low productivity growth has been one of the weaknesses of the global economy since financial crisis. One of the problems that we have in Finland is very low productivity growth. So we need to wish for that this is really like the silver lining of all bad things happening around, that both giants are now investing heavily into R&D, and perhaps it results in the same kind of positive results actually in the civil part of the economy. The unfortunate part of this story, of course, is that in Europe we don't see that sort of growth. Investments into R&D are increasing, but not to the extent and not at the pace that we see in these two great powers. So that is also something that we need to hopefully encourage here in Europe. And it's not just the governments that can do it. I also very much welcome companies to be extremely active in this area.
Yes, thank you for that. So let's open the floor for a round of questions. I see at least one hand there. Are there any others? So you have the first honor of to be the first. Jyrki has a question.
Charlie Sloan-News Pasternak, Finnish Institute of International Affairs. We cannot de-globalize the global climate. So I'd like your reflections on economic dependencies and whether or not, what's the prospect of, I guess, climate dependencies, and whether or not we accept the idea that trade and economic growth comes first, or whether or not we should look at climate and the environment.
Excellent question. How about the global commons? What's going to happen to them? Jyrki.
Yes, thank you. Jyrki Kallio from the Finnish Institute of International Affairs. Charlie's question was excellent and sort of somewhat related to that. Now, when we are looking at this self-fulfilling prophecy and this spiraling down towards perhaps even a military conflict, we are talking about China and the US in most particular. But does Europe have any role to play in this? Is it self-evident that, when it comes to choosing sides, then Europe, or most of Europe at least, will be on the side of the US? Or would there be a role for Europe to play as sort of a mediator, a middle player, a real third pole, so that the world would be actually multipolar, perhaps building on the fact that the climate crisis is something that we have to be able to work in collaboration and start to build something around that in order to keep China and US away from this downward spiral?
Excellent question as well. How about the strategic autonomy or sovereignty that we have been talking so much about? So who wants to go first to tackle these questions? Tuuli. Raise your eyes.
Well, I can say shortly something. Ika will definitely continue. These are both excellent but also huge questions. Thank you for those. Regarding Charlie's climate, whether growth comes first or environment, actually I tend to think that without growth we are not able to solve our environmental problems either. We saw it during pandemic. Economic activity in the world collapsed, but the CO2 emissions, they declined as well, but not close to zero. They declined 8% or something like that at the end. So even if we practically stop doing anything, for example in France, GDP minus 33% during some weeks, that won't be the way of solving our environmental problems. But climate as a part of this discussion is of course a key, and I tend to agree. And whenever I discuss with other China specialists, they tend to agree as well that both China, Europe, and now also the US are serious about this problem. And I'm quite optimistic that this is one area where hopefully free trade will continue, even if we'll have difficulties in many other segments. But this is something where technology has to move, and all the best solutions have to be in everybody's use. Regarding the EU's role as an intermediator, how could I say no that the EU doesn't play any role here after Jyrki's very good question? Of course, the EU is still, the EU is of course wrong putting itself in the middle. But we are 450 million people. We are the third largest economy in the world. We shouldn't be ashamed of us anyway. And I think in this regard, we have a huge role to play. One thing that I think is perhaps, as we discussed yesterday with some colleagues, there's perhaps a little bit misperception, for example, in China. What do we think really in the EU? And what do they think in the US? And it's not necessarily the same thing on all important topics. Perhaps we need to be more vocal. But a huge good question, so I'd let others to continue.
Okay, thanks. Yes, the climate dependency, I think, and I agree with Tuuli that is perhaps one area where there really seems to be some sort of global consensus on what to do, and actually even some actions. And also I do think we need to have even faster technological progress if the poorest, say half of the people on this globe sort of will have some chance of improving their welfare during their lifetime. And to continue on sort of a slightly tangential topic, here industrial policy, and I'm not a big fan of industrial policies, but solar panels in China are one example of actually policies driving the prices down significantly and hopefully helping in combating climate change. EU as a mediator, yes, perhaps, but as long as we have war in Ukraine and as long as we are basically at almost warlike state with Russia, with US being the biggest supporter of Ukraine in terms of military equipment, intelligence, and almost, well, not money, but because other people are giving money as well. Yeah, we will not go against the US. And the war is over. Well, let's see.
Yeah, I wouldn't use the word mediator, but certainly there's been for decades voices in Europe that would like to have a more independent sort of a voice for Europe, especially coming from France, but certain other quarters as well. And the most maybe recent sort of iteration or reiteration of this is this idea of open strategic autonomy. However, what we have discovered, and as Ika was saying, the Ukraine war really brought this home. But also, when we study these dependencies, what we really see clearly is that for EU, the dependencies, both economic, technological, and obviously security dependencies on the US are far, far beyond what it has been on China. And because of this moment of clarity that came just over 1 year ago, there is very little prospect now, I think, at the moment for this kind of independent or mediating role, unless we bring our own house in order, which is a long process, meaning taking care of our own security and taking care of our vulnerabilities when it comes to education, or weaknesses when it comes to education and the economy and research as well.
Yeah.
Yes, on that rather gloomy note on the European role, I think we are going to finish this last of the panel sessions of this year's FIA Forum. I foresee that there's going to be gloomier notes in the future, so we will return next year around this time to discuss other topics. But I would like to thank the audience for participation. I would like to thank the FIA staff on organizing this. I'd like to thank Mikael on representing the center, all the people working there in the future. Now you know what we have been up to. So you know the people, you know the faces. Let's make some collaboration and cooperation happen, and future conversation as well, like this one here. As a token of gratitude, we will offer you some wine. There's a reception waiting for you outside, so by all means stay and let's chat a bit in the music hall. The acoustics in here is wonderful, so it's made for discussion. So thank you very much, and let's have a round of applause.
Perfect.